not getting your facts right, inshallah. We have more, but for the sake of time, we will just end here, inshallah. My members want to add more.
What my sister said, there is hadith which Prophet ﷺ is saying, Naddarallahu imra'an sami'a maqalati fa'u'aha kama sami'aha. Addition to what my sister said, Prophet Muhammad ﷺ is saying, may Allah bless anyone who heard what I said or my hadith, and then he preserved it and conveyed the way he heard it. Addition to man kadhiba alayha falyatabawwa maq'adahu minan nar. Assalamu alaikum.
Jazakumullah khairan, Jazakumullah khairan. Actually, it was my fault because I didn't stipulate time for the presentation. The presentation time is 5 minutes maximum. Umar's group. Umar's group.
Dr. Dogarawa, no. Please, will you time or I should do the timing for you?
You said?
Should I do the timing for you?
Yeah, please help me with it.
Okay, thank you.
And be strict about it.
Okay. That's Umar.
Yes. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. So, inshallah, we have also come out, this group Umar, and we have also come out with one or two things, and we will quickly run to Quran chapter 2, verse 31, where Allah stated, وَعَلَّمَ آدَمَ عَلَى الْأَسْمَاءَ كُلَّهَا ثُمَّ أَرْدَ عَلَى الْمَلَائِكَةِ فَقَالُوا أَنْبِئُونِي. This one is also somewhere, this one is telling us that indeed Allah has taught Adam alayhi salatu wasalam almost everything that was necessary for him to know. And this, if this was limited to only Adam, means there is a lot for us to discover what Allah taught Adam. This one is the pursuance of what? Knowledge. And one hadith here, when the Holy Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam told us that talabul ilm faridatu ala kulli muslim wal muslima. This one is telling us that the quest for knowledge or in searching for knowledge has no limitations to male or females. It is compulsory on each and every one of us to search for knowledge here. My sister will also like to continue. Okay. Then we went further again. There's another famous hadith that the Holy Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam is telling us that man yuridullahu bihi khaira yufaqihu fi din. That Allah said that whoever Allah wants to bestow or goodness upon, he gives you the first understanding of this religion. And how do we get the understanding of this, our religion or knowledge? Unless we pursue or we go in search for the understanding with the right methodology of understanding this knowledge, like IIT is doing. Means Allah has bestowed our leaders with the right methodology for us to search for knowledge. And then another hadith has also come with the Holy Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam that is telling us that we should be in haste to come together and looking for this knowledge. If it is only, even if the distance is in China, we all came from different places all together in our numbers to search for knowledge in accordance to the teachings of the Holy Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. We come from different places all together in searching for nothing but knowledge. Then my sister would also like to elaborate on this.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. With regards to the Quran, Surah Al-Bayyinah, from verse 1 to verse 3, that's when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, لَمْ يَكُنِ الَّذِينَ كَفَرُوا مِنْ أَهْلِ الْكِتَابِ وَالْمُشْرِكِينَ مُنْفَكِّينَ حَتَّى تَأْتِيَهُمُ الْبَيِّنَةُ رَسُولٌ مِّنَ اللَّهِ يَتْلُو صُحُفًا مُطَهَّرَةً فِيهَا كُتُبٌ قَيِّمَةٌ. That's talking about especially the people of the scripture. When Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has already given them the scripture, it was already written that Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam would come with clear evidence. But when it came, they didn't want to believe in it. And the Quran too has to do with tadabbur. So when they said a messenger from Allah reciting purified scriptures, he was reciting it to them. So instead of them to think about what the verses is talking about, ponder upon it, and then look at the environment so that they will believe in it, they refuse to believe in it. And it has to do with what we said. Thank you.
I think about around 5 minutes. Have they exceeded? You mean all this All this
Yes.
presentation
They,
in 3
they,
minutes.
they started at 45 and it's now 49.
MashaAllah, MashaAllah.
There's
Jazakumullah khairan.
question for them.
Pardon?
Question for them.
You will ask later. After, okay, Uthman's group. Uthman's group. Sayyidina Uthman's group. Yeah, please hurry up.
So the one who has the question is in Usman's group.
Hurry up. Come forward, please. Thank you.
Now, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Now, presenting on verses and ahadith that talks about investigation or research, we have the verse in the Quran. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, Ya ayyuha alladhina amanu, idha darabtum fi sabilillahi fatabayyanu wa la taqulu liman alqa ilaykum as-salama lasta mu'mina. O you who believe, when you go forth on the surface of the earth, fatabayyanu ay fatathabbatu. You should confirm and know the identity of the Muslims or the people you are interacting with. Likewise, Allah said in the Quran in Surah Al-Isra, وَلَا تَقْفُ مَا لَيْسَ لَكَ بِهِ إِلْمٍ, and speak not what you have knowledge of. Do not say what you don't have knowledge of. So meaning, you should investigate on something before you speak about it. Make sure you have correct evidences about it. Likewise, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala tells us whenever we are going to do something, we should investigate and make sure we have made research about it before we speak. When he said, مَا لَهُمْ بِهِ مِنْ إِلْمٍ إِنْ يَتَّبِعُونَ إِلَّا الظَّنَّ وَإِنَّ الظَّنَّ لَا يُغْنِي مِنَ الْحَقِّ شَيْئًا. So al-zan, al-waham, they all do not go in line with the truth. You must stand out with your truth away from al-zan and al-waham. Then in the hadith, we have the hadith of the Prophet reported by Anas ibn Malik, when the Prophet encouraged seeking for knowledge, authenticating our facts, when he said, Man salaka tariqan yaltamisu fihi ilman sahala Allahu bihi tariqan ila al-jannah. By the Prophet attributing a reward of Jannah to seeking for information or clarifying information, that shows that research is a very important or righteous deed in Islam. That even takes a person to Jannah. Last but not the least, the Prophet said in the hadith that whosoever goes out to seek for knowledge, then that person is in the path of Allah, is in jihad hatta yarji, until he returns. So you being in the path of observation, doing research, finding out new things, you have reward as if you are a mujahid until you return back to your home. Thank you very much.
Jazakumullah khairan. We are happy, very happy with your presentation. Okay, Sayyiduna Ali's group. Please, no need for repetition, so don't repeat what has been said. Just adopt it. As part of what you have already jotted down, adopt what has been said, and then add what is missing.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Group Ali. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in the Quran, وَمَا تَقُفُ مَا لَيْسَ لَكَ بِهِ عِلْمٍ, like my brother said. And Allah also says in Surah Al-Zumar, قُلْ هَلْ يَسْتَوِي الَّذِينَ يَعْلَمُونَ وَالَّذِينَ لَا يَعْلَمُونَ إِنَّمَا يَتَذَكَّرُ أُولُو الْأَلْبَابِ. Those who know and those who do not know, are they the same? Indeed, they are not the same. And Allah said, إِنَّمَا يَتَذَكَّرُ أُولُو الْأَلْبَابِ. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala also says in the Quran, in Surah Al-Nahl, He says, وَاللَّهُ أَخْرَجَكُم مِّن بُطُونِ أُمَّهَاتِكُمْ لَا تَعْلَمُونَ شَيْئًا وَجَعَلَ لَكُمُ السَّمْعَ وَالْأَبْصَارَ وَالْأَفْئِدَةَ قَلِيلًا مَا تَشْكُرُونَ. That Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala created us, brought us from the wombs of our mothers. We did not know anything. And then He gave us some sense organs so that we can do research, have knowledge, and then uncover more. The Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam also says in the hadith that طلب العلم فريضة على كل Muslim, that seeking knowledge, researching, investigation, consistent improvement in your intellectual faculty is compulsory on every Muslim, male or female. The Prophet also said in the hadith, the translation whose goes that verily Allah does not withhold knowledge by snatching it away from his servants. However, he withholds it by taking away the souls of the scholars until no scholar remains and people follow the ignorant leaders. فَضَلُّوا وَأَضَلُّوا. They misguide and then they also they misguide others and they are misguided. Or they are misguided and they misguide others now. So this is to indicate that for us to move from darkness into light, for us to achieve the purpose of the research, for us to get to a point where we won't be misguided, then we have to consistently involve ourselves in seeking knowledge and research. We'll end there, inshallah.
MashaAllah. Jazakumullahu khairan. I'm happy with your presentations. But just by way of maybe emphasis or by way of trying to bring out the issues more clearly, first, some of the citations are actually citations focusing on the virtue of seeking knowledge. But the presenters were not able to bring out the aspect of research in them. Where Allah says, for example, هَلْ يَسْتَوِي الَّذِينَ يَعْلَمُونَ وَالَّذِينَ لَا يَعْلَمُونَ. A group mentioned or quoted this verse, but did not go ahead to tell us the aspects that relate to research. إِنَّمَا يَتَذَكَّرْ أُولُو الْأَلْبَابِ. That is the aspect of research. For you to be, a man of understanding, you have to research. You have to actually investigate. But the first part of the verse, هَلْ يَسْتَوِي الَّذِينَ يَعْلَمُونَ وَالَّذِينَ لَا يَعْلَمُونَ, is talking about the importance of seeking knowledge, the virtue of scholars or those who know, and their preference and the rest. And a number of Quranic verses were quoted, but the presenters were not able to bring out the research aspect, which is our own focus in this presentation. On the ahadith, some of the ahadith are actually talking about knowledge and the obligation to seek knowledge. But when you mention this ahadith, one would expect you to go further to show how the hadith or ahadith relates to the issue of research. Since this is a research methodology class, the only thing is that we are fleshing it up. We are adding the Islamic perspective to the conventional research we are used to. Some ahadith were quoted, alhamdulillah, wa jazakumullahu khairan, but I need to mention that there are also some statements quoted in the name of hadith. By the consensus of scholars of hadith, itlabul ilm walau bisin is not a hadith actually. It's just a statement encouraging us to travel far and wide in search of knowledge. And the statement is very apt, very relevant, very important. But according to the scholars of hadith, we cannot attribute the statements to the Prophet ﷺ. But overall, you have done very, very excellently. And I think I'm happy, honestly, very, very happy, honestly. And I want to tell you that some people have already started saying that I shall greet you and say salam because they are following you live. So they said, the only thing is that they are envious of you because you look like parliamentarians. That's just the thing. That's just the thing. And alhamdulillah, courtesy of Imam Saeed and his team, year in, year out, Ghana has always been taking the first position. Year in, year out. Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah. So we have just 2-3 minutes to proceed to break. But I hope we will come back even before the 30 minutes allocated for the break. Wallahi, we have a very, very long day. We are just 1/4 into the first session. We have 6 parts. So we need to really maximize time, please. Jazakumullahu khairan.
Assalamu alaikum. Actually, Professor, I had, so the break is just 10 minutes. We will take a walk just to exercise ourselves. So inshallah, by 11:10, we should be
great.
back
I'm
in the
happy
hall.
to hear this. Okay. So I expect you back into the hall, into the parliament in the next 10 minutes, please.
Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullah. MashaAllah, welcome from the short break to stretch our legs and make phone calls. Isn't it? It's an opportunity to make phone calls. Okay, the slides, please. Okay. Now we are done with the group work, alhamdulillah. It's not moving. The slides are not moving. Slides not moving. Maybe because that one is not. Okay, it's back. Alhamdulillah. Still not moving. Could it be the battery? Okay, let me use this. Okay. Okay. Yeah, okay, yeah. The next thing I want us to consider is to look deeper into the 5 verses we mentioned earlier, and to also consider the verses your groups mentioned, to see if we can, confidently say that as far as research is concerned, Islam has not only encouraged us, but in some cases made it obligatory on us to carry out research. Can we say this? Can we say this confidently? MashaAllah. So why do we conduct research? That's the next thing, purpose. Why do we conduct research, and what benefits are there to gain, to drive from carrying out research? Yes, let me hear from you. Sister?
To discover new knowledge.
To discover new knowledge. Yes? Pardon? To gain deeper understanding. Okay, sister.
To satisfy our curiosity about issues.
To satisfy our curiosity about issues. Yes, sister?
Solve problems.
To solve problems, okay? Yes?
To verify facts.
To verify facts. That's great. Yes?
To reach a new conclusion.
To reach a new conclusion. Let me come to the side of brothers.
To analyze issues.
To analyze issues. But do you just analyze issues for the sake of analyzing?
No, for future use.
For future use. Aha, yes?
To revive new method, and to revive old informations.
To revive information, okay?
To find solutions.
To find solutions.
To open the gate for further research.
To open the gate for further research. Now.
To add to the body of knowledge.
To add to the body of knowledge, to the frontier of knowledge, yes?
To make money.
To
make money.
To make money, yes, to make money. We conduct research to make money because there are instances where one will be commissioned to conduct a research. especially baseline surveys, in order to understand the perception of people regarding a particular policy that's about to be implemented or to be announced, or to even collect information that will be used as inputs to developing a policy. So, in that case, we will be commissioned as consultants or as research assistants, and will be paid. So we can conduct research to make money. That's okay. Now, yes, of course, in academic institutions, we conduct research as part of the requirements, for graduation. So we can go on listing and listing and listing. Here, I want to quote or cite a paper authored by 3 people, Gal, Bo, and Gal, in 1996. These authors identify 5 reasons why we conduct research. We conduct research to describe a phenomenon, to predict the occurrence of something, to improve on something, improving practice on something, to explain a phenomenon or to explore it, especially if it is new. So these 5 reasons are the main reasons behind people conducting research. If you like, you can add verification or confirmation. You can conduct research to confirm, which is somehow missing here, to confirm something. When we do research for any of these reasons, the ultimate benefits are, 1, maybe to satisfy our curiosity, as a sister has mentioned, to satisfy our curiosity. 2, to solve a problem. 3, to add to knowledge. 4, to improve practice. 5, to inform policy debates. 6, to build our research skills. Because the more you read, the more you gain knowledge. The more you conduct research using a systematic procedure, the more you develop your research skills. So this, according to according to Gal, Bo, and Gal, are the main reasons why we carry out research. But the ultimate objective is knowledge. If you satisfy your curiosity, you are thirsty, you want to know something, isn't it? And you research to know it. What have you done? You've gained knowledge. If you solve problem, it is through the new knowledge that you gain that you are able to solve the problem, isn't it? Adding to knowledge that is given, improving practice. For you to improve practice, you must have read and have followed certain procedures. And that gives you additional knowledge. Informing policy debate also means adding to the understanding of people about a particular concept or a policy or a bill that's about to be considered in the parliament, or a law, an existing law that is to be revised or amended. It will certainly lead to additional knowledge, although the original intention is to inform policy debates. And the more we read, the more we research, the more our skills are built, the more our skills are developed. So these are the reasons why people carry out research and the benefits associated with research. Do you have questions on this? Okay. Now, Now, for example, in Nigeria, we are currently, having a public discourse regarding the merits and demerits of currency redesign. Because our Naira notes, 200, 500, and 1,000 Naira have been redesigned. And a time frame was given within which people should take back old notes to the banks. And also to start getting new notes. Because from 31st January 2023, according to the timeline given, this current Naira notes of 200, 500, and 1,000 will cease to be legal tender in Nigeria. So, people have written. Others are still writing. Some have delivered lectures, including my humble self. I delivered 2 lectures on the invitation of some brothers who are leading some, some centers or masjid on the pros and cons, the merits and the demerits of the new policy. Well, it's a policy, a government policy for that matter, that actually has not contravened any sections of the Constitution and is in line with Central Bank of Nigeria Act 2007. So you can't say you cannot do anything about it. But we are still making statements, writing papers or articles to inform policy debates regarding the timing. Because the main issue here now is the timing. So, in 2007, I wrongly mentioned 2005 in Lagos and Kano. It was, I think, yesterday that I remember it was 2007 that Ghana redenominated its currency. It used to be CD, isn't it? But now you have Ghana CD. It used to be just CD. But now it is Ghana or Ghanaian CD from 2007 when 4 zeros were removed. You remember? Aha. So 10,000 became 1 CD. 10,000 CD became 1 CD. That is currency redenomination. When the policy was announced in 2007, there were a lot of outcry by many people. Some were against it, some were condemning it completely, but some were in support of it. When you write, you conduct a research to see the potentiality, the potential benefits of something, or to draw attention to some kind of dimensions of the whole thing. That will give many people an idea of adding their voice to the public discourse, isn't it? You are informing policy debates. Is it clear? Okay. Can we proceed? MashaAllah. Now, I don't know whether you can see the writing down. Can you see it? I mentioned that Ibn Hazm, one of the leading scholars of Islam, who died which year? Pardon? 456. Almost 1,000 years ago. And Ibn Khaldun, who died when? But CE, not AH. And we are now in 2023. So calculate and see. This means by, since it is 83, so by 2000, how many years? 618. By 2618. Plus 23 now, or 22. 600, 700, so about 800 years ago. Am I correct? About 800 years ago. So these people have written extensively on various aspects of the religion. And in some of their writings, they mention the procedure of research in Islamic perspective. That if you want to conduct research, al-bahath or at-tahqiq, these are the procedures you should do, you should follow, and these are the benefits of conducting research. And they all mention these same benefits. They mention these benefits. But they added one that is missing here. They will be rewarded if you do it for the sake of Allah. But you know, this is conventional research methodology, so they only look at the world. But in our own case, we look at the world and the hereafter. Okay. Class activity, but it's not in group. First, I want us to, well, it's just one. I want us to identify the purpose or benefits of these researches if conducted. I have a list of topics. If these topics are to be, if research is to be conducted on each of these topics, what will be the purpose of that research or benefits of its output, the outcome? Number one, investigating the causes and consequences of cholera outbreak in XYZ community and ways of mitigating it. So if we conduct a research to investigate the causes and consequences of cholera outbreak in XYZ community and ways of mitigating it, going back to the previous slide, what would we have achieved? Solve a problem, because it is a problem already in existence, cholera outbreak. And we want to know the causes and ways of mitigating it. So we would be able to solve a problem. Beautiful. 2, analyzing the influence of social media on contemporary Islamic practices and beliefs. If we conduct a research to analyze the influence of social media on contemporary Islamic practices and beliefs, what will be the benefits? What is the purpose? Always remember this slide. What will you do? What would you have achieved if you are able to conduct the research? You will add to knowledge. You will also satisfy your curiosity. Yeah, you may satisfy if you are curious. If you are curious to know the influence of social media, then you will satisfy curiosity and you will definitely add to knowledge.
Yes.
Now,
You improve practice.
you will also improve practice in
As far
terms
as
of how
Islamic-
people are supposed to use social media, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Inform
Now,
policy it will inform the scholars on how to, on the topic that is supposed to address to the Ummah.
yeah,
Inform
that is
policy
adding
debates.
to their knowledge.
Inform policy debates. Okay.
No, it may not. Okay, it may inform policy debate, because if you are able to make a good case to the government that there is need for some kind of control, that may lead to the development of a policy, isn't it? Yes, that's correct. Number 3, critiquing, anyway, this is Nigeria, critiquing the Central Bank of Nigeria new policy on currency redesign. If you carry out a research to critique, you know, when we say critiquing, we don't mean criticizing. You know the difference between critiquing and criticism? Critiquing and criticism. What's the difference? Sister, you read English. Tell us what's the difference between critiquing and criticizing. Use the mic. We want to hear you very well.
Criticizing something or an action has to do with pointing out the negativity in it.
Okay.
And critiquing has to do with explaining it from your perspective.
Explaining from your own perspective. Okay. Thank you. Any other contribution? Any other opinion? Okay.
When you critique, you are giving constructive feedback to
Constructive in what way?
How the policy can be improved from your perspective.
Okay.
And not necessarily finding faults with
Okay.
it.
Yes.
When you are critiquing it, you are looking at both sides, negative and positive.
Okay.
Then you come to a convergence.
Okay. That's correct. When you are critiquing, you are looking at both sides. You are like weighing it on a scale to show the benefits and the harm, if any. So that at the end, there will be a kind of convergence. But if you are criticizing, you are like fault finding. Criticizing or criticism is associated largely with negativity. So here, the topic is not about criticizing, but critiquing. Critiquing the CBN new policy on currency redesign. In 2007, shortly, or 2008, through to early 2009, shortly after Ghana's currency redenomination, Nigeria also announced its plan to redenominate its currency. In our own case, the plan was to redenominate Naira by removing 2 zeros. And that led to a hot debate amongst parliamentaries, intellectuals, academia or academics, other policy analysts, including economists, and so on. Although the policy could not see the light of the day, for other reasons that are not before us here, or for reasons that are not before us. But the most important point I want to mention in relation to this is that people wrote in order to inform policy debates. I wrote a paper, and the paper was published, and it's visible. It's available online. And one of the arguments I put forward based on my review of literature, because such studies can only be exploratory or analytical or conceptual, because it has not been implemented, so you don't have any data. You cannot say you are doing applied research. You can only do exploratory, analytical, content analysis, or anything similar to that. So, what I did, one of the things I mentioned was that across the globe, there are many instances of currency redenomination at that time. And about 61 countries have redenominated their currency at one time or the other. Of this number, only 2 got it right, at least at that time. Only 2 countries got it right. Turkey is one of the countries that got their denomination right. They removed 5 zeros from their lira, because prior to their own currency denomination, the lira is not better than tissue paper, toilet paper. Because if you want to buy a loaf of bread, family size, you have to spend 10,000 Turkish lira to buy a loaf of bread. On account of that, they denominated their currency by removing 5 zeros. Ghana removed 4 zeros. So Turkey is one of the countries that got currency denomination right. But almost all the countries, after some time, they went back to where they were before the denomination. We are happy that Ghanaian cedi is still battling. It is still not back to where it was. And we hope it will never go back to that era. But you can see how it is still struggling with the dollar. I learned that the government's official exchange rates between dollar, US dollar, and Ghanaian cedi is around 44, 45 naira. 44, 45 cedi per dollar. Maybe parallel market may be different. I don't know how much it is. Pardon? You said? Okay, 10 cedis per dollar. Okay. Yeah.
Bank of Ghana rate and the actual rate. So
you said?
With Ghana, we have Bank of Ghana rate and the actual rate, and they are two different things.
Okay.
And anyone can quote any figure to you.
Okay.
But in the next minute, it's different.
Yeah, it's true. That's very true. So, but you can see, in 2009, it was, I think, $1 to 1 cedi. 2010, the same thing. Around 2011, it was $1 to, $1 to 1.4 cedi. So like that, it was going back. So that is how it is. So the essence is to inform policy debate. So writing a paper to critique the CBN new policy on Naira redesign is aimed, the aim will be to inform policy debate. Okay, let's go to the next one. Investigating the impact of Islamic teachings on scientific discovery and innovation. If you conduct this research, what will you be doing? Investigating the impact of Islamic teachings on scientific discovery and innovation. Let's go back to the table or to the slide. Add to knowledge. Yes?
Improve practice.
Improve practice.
Solve a problem.
Any other one? Yes?
We'll solve a problem.
Satisfy curiosity.
Satisfy curiosity. Okay. Comparative analysis of Islamic teaching and conventional theories and practice on environmental conservation. When you conduct this kind of research, comparative analysis of Islamic teaching and conventional theories and practice on environmental conservation. What will you be doing now? You will inform policy debate, okay? You will add to knowledge, no doubt.
You satisfy our curiosity.
You will satisfy your curiosity. You said?
Improve practice.
You may also improve practice. That's correct. The last one, exploring the role of Islamic values in decision-making about medical treatment. Exploring the role of Islamic values in decision-making about medical treatment. If we conduct this research, what would we achieve? Improve practice.
Solve a problem.
Solve a problem. How would we solve a problem through this?
Medical treatment, because we are to make the research on how to make
decision making about medical treatment. For example, one is sick. Whether to subject him or herself to surgery or not. A medical doctor is approached by a pregnant lady who got pregnant out of wedlock and is requesting for abortion. Decision making about whether he should do that or not. One is sick, whether he should sign a form, a consent form, that okay, I agree to be subjected to treatment and so on. This kind of decision. So Islamic values. Islamic values. For example, we know the Prophet ﷺ has commanded us to seek medication. Isn't it? Even though it's still armed, but scholars are unanimous that it implies permissibility. It implies permissibility, not, obligation. Except for the one who, if if he or she did not seek medication, he will continue to blame Allah. Then in that case, it is compulsory for such a person to seek medication, or not to blame Allah and has his iman affected negatively. As for the person treating, there are many Quranic verses and ahadith that indicates the recommendation for one to assist, to support. So now this kind of values, Islamic values, will help in making decisions as to whether one should do it or not. So if we conduct this kind of research, don't forget we say exploring the role of Islamic values. So what will we achieve? Yes?
In it, there will be preservation of life.
Yeah, I mean of the purposes, reasons, or benefits we mentioned. Yeah. Where does this fall?
Okay. Adding knowledge.
Pardon? Okay, what's the problem? No, we are not, okay, but we don't have any sick person. We are just saying, I just gave an example. We don't have any sick person here. We are not assuming that a sick person has been taken to the hospital. That's not what we are. We are saying when something happened, what will be the role? If you want to know or you want to explore the role of Islamic values in decision making about medical treatment, if you conduct such a research of the reasons and benefits mentioned earlier, where does this fall? I will make Imam the last to speak so that he will not preempt the participants. Yes. You will add to knowledge, no doubt. You will add to knowledge, okay? Yes? Well, in most cases, honestly, there is very little of policy issue to be informed here. This is because all the guidelines are there. So it's about whether, based on circumstance, you will do this or you will not do that. Whether you will violate code of conduct of the profession or not, and the rest. So there will be very little policy issue here, honestly. Let me turn to the sisters. Yes, sister.
It's definitely going to improve practice.
We will improve practice, no doubt, because knowing Islamic values on the side of the sick and on the side of the medical professional, it will definitely improve practice, no doubt about that. Yes?
Help to satisfy our curiosity.
Our curiosity, as the brother also mentioned, so we'll satisfy our curiosity. Imam, your contribution, please. Antenatal or things like that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So we can look at it from that angle that yes, this kind of research would also help in solving a problem. Because if people are informed, are educated about Islamic values, I mean, if you do not have a woman specialist, a female specialist that will examine your wife, for example, you have to take a decision between allowing her to die or to suffer and continue living with that element on one hand, and on the other hand, subjecting her to a male, experts or specialist to examine her. And one of the code of ethics for medical doctors across the globe, even though in many places they don't care to observe it, is that medical doctor is not supposed to examine her in your absence or in the absence of any other female personnel, provided they have female personnel, like a nurse. Where they don't have, then he should not examine her in privacy. He should invite another doctor to be there for him to examine her. Except if that kind of examination requires absolute privacy. Absolute privacy. In Nigeria, for example, especially in the northern part of Nigeria, where we know the Muslims are in greater majority, Sometimes when you take your wife and you want to be there, the male doctor will say, no, this is private. Allow her to be with me alone. But you find that the woman will say, no, he should be there. Why? Because, yes, professionally, doctors are supposed to respect the privacy of their clients. So if she does not want you to be there, then you shouldn't be there. But if you look at it from the Islamic point of view again, you will say no, in order to avoid seclusion. But we want to know everything about them. Sisters, is that correct? And is it fair? It's not fair, but now.
Here is debatable. We men hiding something from our wife not to see, I think is debatable here.
Okay. MashaAllah, is debatable. So, these are just a few examples of questions, of research topics. None of these topics has been researched to my knowledge, the way it is. So if any one of you is interested in picking any one of these, to either write as part of the requirement for a particular degree or certificate one is pursuing, if it falls within the discipline one is is in, then no problem. Also, if you want to just write a paper, you can pick any of this topic and give it a trial. Do you have your commitment that at least 2 or 3, excluding that of Nigeria, because you may not be able to write, very well on it, since you are not there, and it's not empirical yet. But at least some of these are generic and can be, and the same topic can also be domesticated to Ghana, for example, and take an issue that is burning now, that is generating a lot of public debate, and write on it, but critiquing, not condemning it. In that case, you will be informing policy debate. So do I have your commitment that at least some of these topics will be researched into? MashaAllah. Classification of research. Research can be classified in a number of ways, depending on the field of study, the research method used, or the purpose of the research. So these 3 criteria, or these 3 considerations or factors are important. Field of study, research method, and purpose of the research. For the purpose of my presentation, I am classifying research on the basis of 6 factors. 6 factors. Number 1, application. 2, philosophy. 3, approach. 4, purpose. 5, data. And 6, scope. These are the bases upon which I will classify research for the purpose of this presentation. On the basis of application, research can be classified into basic or pure research and applied research. What is basic research or pure research? Yes, brother, because I know you have done research method, isn't it? Have you not done it before your project writing? So tell me, yes, brother, what is basic or pure research?
Okay, I understand it as a research on a topic that has not been read or worked on before. So you are bringing something new.
Has not been
researched on
before?
Yes.
Okay. No. That's not what we mean by basic research. Anything, any other thing? Basic or pure research? Basic or pure research is the type of research we conduct with a view to gaining deeper understanding, gaining knowledge about something, about a subject matter. To understand its nature, its dimension, maybe its history, its development, argument for it, argument against it, its classifications, its types, and the rest. But in the same research, we will not make any effort to go to the field to collect data or to listen to to people's opinion or ask people to tell us their perception and the rest. Meaning, it is not an applied research. It's not an empirical research. It is just about DEX or library research where we collect data, we collect information, we read definitions, concepts from textbooks, from journals, and the rest, and we write it. This is called pure or basic research. Applied research is the type of research in which the researcher conducts a research using a scientific method that involves or that includes data collection. When you go to the field to collect data, through questionnaire, through interview, through observation, through interaction, or you use images, or you use documented materials to extract information that you will use to analyze, you will use for analysis, then that type of research is called applied research. So the difference between basic and applied research is that in applied research, the purpose is to solve a particular problem. And in most cases, it involves going to the field to collect data, whether through the instrument of questionnaire or interview or observation on one hand, or the instruments of extracting the data from documented, published materials like financial statements, law reports, and the rest. In most cases, in applied research, the intention is to improve practice or to solve problem or both. In basic research, the overall objective is to add to knowledge, to have better understanding of the concept. So in terms of application, we can classify research into basic and applied. Is that okay? On the basis of philosophy, research can be classified into inductive research, deductive research, or abductive research. You can say abductive with question mark. You know why? Because I wanted to, to arouse our curiosity to find out what abductive research is. Many of us are familiar, maybe perhaps, with inductive and deductive. Inductive research is the type of research whose aim, or is a type of research whose aim is to lead into the development of theory. You want to generate or develop theory. Those of you in business education, in business administration or management, in management sciences generally, know the theories of demand and supply. These theories were arrived through inductive research. They were arrived at through inductive research. The ultimate objective in inductive research is to develop theory. In deductive, we use the theory developed through inductive research to test the theories, to see their application, to see whether the claims and the assumptions made in developing the theories stand and are in term with realities. This means while inductive is interested in developing theories, deductive is interested in testing the theories, the practicability and applicability of the theories. As for abductive research, it deals with phenomena that we have very little knowledge about. So that little knowledge will motivate us to go into guessing and hypothesizing. Guessing and hypothesizing. It's a complex issue, but we have little knowledge about it, and we want to develop our knowledge of it. We want to satisfy our curiosity, so we carry out research based on the little information we have, and then we explore and explore further using our faculty of reasoning, our reasoning skills, our thinking skills, our creative skills, our critical thinking skills, in order to come up with possibilities. This kind of research is called abductive. This morning, I responded to a WhatsApp message sent to me by a brother. He wants to conduct his LLM research. He's doing his master's in law, and he wants to conduct his research in a very, very new area. This, what do you call it? Is it ectolife? Ectolife. There is this thing that just emerged about a month, 2 months ago, and it has generated a lot of debate among people. That they have invented some machines that will serve as incubators for fetus and embryos. So that going forward, women need not to carry any fetus in their stomach, in their uterus, in their womb. No need for pregnancy. And they will get it done through that machine, through that incubator. Not only that, the incubator was designed in such a way that it will enable a mother to send messages to her not yet born or unborn child. She can record Quranic verses or surahs, and it will be played to the baby as the baby develops in that incubator. So that by the time the baby is ready to come out to the world, he is halfway a Hafiz. Not only that, if she wants him to be a medical doctor, before he comes out of the incubator, he is already halfway a doctor. She can also make a recording. She can make a recording of her own voice, of her own message, and send to the baby. Or take it to the baby, and it will be placed in the incubator so that the baby will be interacting with that message. There is also an application that is attached, or that will be attached to the incubator, whereby the mother on her bed will be monitoring the progress of her unborn child. MashaAllah. So no more stress, no more vomiting, no more spitting of saliva, nothing. No more dizziness, no more weakness, no more, nothing. That's what they said they will do. But the whole thing is in its conceptualization level. Now, if this happens, and it happens the way they project, what will be the Islamic ruling? That's what the brother wants to find out. That's his own research. So he sent the topic to me, with even a video. Of course, I have seen the video and a few other ones before now, seeking for my own suggestion. And I gave him my suggestion, alhamdulillah. And he responded in the affirmative that he's happy with the suggestions. Now, I suggested, and that is why I brought the issue, that he should use abductive research, abductive method of reasoning and research. Abductive. Not inductive, not deductive. Because in abductive, you have a complex issue in your hand, but you have scanty information, very little information. So you may have to do some guesswork. Some guesswork. For example, in the Quran, Allah told us that some verses consist of rulings that are ambiguous. والذي أنزل عليك الكتاب منه آيات محكمات هن أم الكتاب وأخرى متشابهات. In the hadith, the Prophet ﷺ said, وَبَيْنَهُمَا أُمُورٌ مُشْتَبِهَاتٌ لَا يَعْلَمُهُنَّ كَثِيرٌ مِنَ النَّاسِ. This means that there will always be few people that will know it because they are scholars with the required knowledge. Isn't it? Okay. The fact that a scholar knows this today does not mean that he will know all the mutashabihat. Allah may endow him with the understanding of this, but he may not know that. The other scholar may know that, but may not know this. لا يعلمهن كثير من الناس. Many people don't know it. Don't know the ruling, the correct ruling, whether it is halal or haram. So those who don't want to take themselves into problem, they believe in everything because it is from Allah. So do you need to query Allah? Whether you understand the maqasid or not, it doesn't matter. You believe in it. That's the saying of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. But those who have deviation in their hearts would want to say, no, we have to do this. If it does not this, and this, and most of them will not know it, and they will end up being misguided. That's the danger of that. So, if you take some verses, for example, that contain certain ambiguous messages, certainly you know some people will know, but you don't know. Maybe because Allah has not endowed you with that kind of understanding at that point, or because you do not possess the requisite knowledge to be able to discern the intended meaning there. If you decide to conduct research in that area or on those verses, you may have to resort to abductive method of reasoning because it's a complex issue, but you have very little information and you want to explore further with a view to understanding, to gaining further understanding. Or deeper understanding of the issue. Now, Sheikh.
I wanted to find out the very verse we spoke about. If you go a bit further, it says,
والراسخون في العلم يقولون آمنا به كل من عند ربنا.
Before then,
okay. فأما الذين في قلوبهم زيغ فيتبعون ما تشابه منه ابتغاء الفتنة وابتغاء تأويله وما يعلم تأويله إلا الله. Then والراسخون في العلم يقولون آمنا به كل من عند ربنا وما يذكر إلا أولي الألباب.
My question is answered.
Now?
My question is answered.
It's answered. Alhamdulillah. Jazakumullah khairan.
Yes.
Now, that is it. So, abductive. I will encourage you to read more about abductive, but I have a slide on it. On the basis of approach, research may be classified into 3 or into 2: quantitative research and qualitative research. Quanti-quali, that's how they say it, that's how they refer to it. Quanti-quali or quali-quanti. Quantitative approach and qualitative approach. In some research is definitely, and that's why we say it will greatly depend on the field of study, the method used, and the purpose of the study. There are some topics you have some objectives that you cannot pursue through quantitative approach because they are not quantitative. You take some artifacts. We have some artifacts in the museum, in some places. Even when you are going to some universities, you see at the gate, some artifacts, isn't it? Those artifacts, you can write a whole PhD thesis on an artifact, trying to know what it is, the messages it contains, the knowledge that one can gain from it, and so on and so forth. Can you do this or achieve this through quantitative means? It has to be qualitative narrative. Or you want to do tahqiq of makhtutat in Arabic or in language, or in Islamic studies, you want to do tahqiq of some books. Do you go to the field and collect quantitative data? No. You work on the book because the book is your own data. It is the book that you will work on. So it is going to be qualitative narrative. So some studies are better or are more suitable for quantitative method, while others are more suitable for qualitative method. These two are the main groups of research approach: qualitative and quantitative. But there are many, many instances, and it is now the in in the world of research, where we use mixed approach. So you combine quantitative and qualitative, quantitative and qualitative, mixed approach. In some cases, you even triangulate different types of data, different types of design, different types of philosophy, different types of approach, and you have what is called triangulation. We'll talk about it later. On the basis of purpose, we can say research is either or can be either experimental or non-experimental. When you go to the lab in chemistry or in physics or in biology, especially where you are dealing with a substance, not even substance, even human beings in biology or living things in biology, like animals or birds and the rest, you do experimental research sometimes on them. You control a group and you observe another one. The one that you control is the one you administer something to. Or the one you, the observed is the one you administer. The control is the one you take away, you exclude. After some time, you may exchange, depending on what you want to find out. You can alternate and make the control observable or observed and the observed control. And you now write your reports. This is called experimental. Or you go with your chemicals, reagents, to the lab, and you put this and that, it gives you that. You put this, you combine this, you mix this and that, and it gives you that. This is an experiment. So, and it's a form of research because some people in their master's work or PhD work, they are required to go to the lab and do this kind of things and report the results. This is called experimental. Where you are doing research without going to the lab or without controlling a group and observing another, then your research is a non-experimental research. And all other researches, whether they are correlational, they are quasi-experimental, or whether they are longitudinal, or they are survey, or whatever, they fall under non-experimental, provided you do not have two groups, observed group and control group. Then you are doing non-experimental research. So this is another classification. Another classification is on the basis of data, the data you use. If your work or your research is not basic research, it's not pure research, but applied research, then you would be required to use data. These data may be numbers or pictures or images, human beings or non-human beings, whatever. Whatever is your data, the data may be longitudinal or cross-sectional or panel. Longitudinal, cross-sectional or panel. By longitudinal, we mean the type of data that is collected over a period of time. You collect today, you collect tomorrow. You collect last month, you collect this month. You collect last year, you collect this year. Over a period of time. It is called longitudinal data because it is collected, or it has been collected over a period of time. Where you collect data at once, just one time, and you will not go back to that place to collect another data based on a specified interval. Like coming to this hall now to conduct interview with you. Will you be able to give the same answer? You will not be able to give the same answer. Even if you want to, you will not be able to. The results or the responses generated from interviewing you is going to be treated as a cross-sectional data. Because you are here, and even if you are 100 in number, it will be collected at once. Even if we cannot finish today, today we collect from 20, tomorrow we collect from 15, next tomorrow we collect from 10, another day we collect from 40 until we are done with 100. For each one, each respondent, when we collect data, we are not going back to him, isn't it? This is what is called cross-sectional. But you may have panel that combines the attribute of cross-section and longitudinal, and it is called panel data. For example, for those of you that are in management sciences, when you pick up a financial statement of a bank or a company, private company, and then you extract the information you need, you will have years and you will have number of companies. So because you have cross-section and you have longitudinal all in one data, then this kind of data is called panel data. So we have longitudinal data, we have panel data, and we have cross-sectional data. Panel is where you combine the attributes of both longitudinal and cross-sectional. So we can classify research on the basis of data into three: longitudinal, cross-sectional, and panel. Lastly, we can classify research on the basis of its scope into survey and case study. By survey, we mean you go and survey, interview, or question through questionnaire, administer questionnaire to like 20 people, 50 people, 100 people or more. In case study, you are limiting your interaction to only one person or only one company. Only. No more, no less. You know, if you are dealing with one company, you will have more interest and there will be direct contact. And at the end, you will have mastery of subject matter. But the disadvantage associated with this kind of research, where you deal with little number, very little number, is that where there is heterogeneity, differences. Because you are dealing with very few people, they cannot account for that differences. So it is better you go to the field, it's better you expand the horizon of what you are going to administer and to the people you will administer, so that at the end you will have 20, 30, 40, 50, or even 100, depending on what depending on how you intend to conduct the research. So in a nutshell, in case study, you are dealing with one entity. But in survey, you are dealing with several entities. And that is very helpful, very useful in research methodology. This slide is about abductive, and we need not to take time to talk about it because it is self-explanatory. I'm sure the slides will be made available to you. So when you have it, just read the slides. You would see what abductive research means. And you would also now understand why I suggested the use of abductive reasoning to the brother who sent who sent a message to me this morning. Now,
Prof.
Salam.
Okay, with regard to the data part, with the longitudinal and the cross-sectional, it's a bit confusing for me. So what happens if you take a data in a form of interview within a certain period? Is it longitudinal or you form under the cross-sectional?
If you collect data over a period, like what period?
I mean, from time to time, like you mentioned for the longitudinal.
Time to time, from the same entity, the same person?
No, it can be different or the same.
If it is from the same person, then it can be longitudinal. But if it is from different people, it cannot be longitudinal. You collect data from me today, and tomorrow you collect from Malam Bashir. Next tomorrow you collect from Imam. So it means the 3 days, only one applies to me. Only one applies to Bashir, only one applies to Imam. So where do we put us together? But assuming you collect it from me today, tomorrow it is me, next tomorrow it's me, until after 10 days, then it means you have what is called a daily data for me. And that is called longitudinal. But where it is one time, only once or twice per person, then the entire data is called cross-section.
And please, it's applicable to both interview and survey?
Yeah, it's applicable to both interview and survey.
Thank you.
Yeah. So this slide, as I said, no need to read it. I have an activity. But this activity is tied to the slide. So when you read the slide, do the activity. And fear Allah, make sure you do it. Now, there are forms of research writing. When you conduct research, there are forms of research writing. We have essay or article, we have research paper, reports, textbook, project, dissertation, and thesis. These are the main well-known types of research we have in terms of how we will call the paper. Essay or article, research paper, report, textbook, project, dissertation, and thesis. This is what we know in the academic. So, this is the end of the first module. So if we have questions or comments, let's use the next 10 minutes to do that before we proceed into the second part of the presentation. Or are we supposed to break?
Actually, we are supposed to go on break in about 30 minutes time, in fact. But, so I was just thinking whether you take questions. If you take questions, maybe we can take the questions. But you have 10 minutes for your active presentation. The rest is for question and answers.
Okay. If we go into research paradigm, 30 minutes, 10 minutes is not enough. It's grossly inadequate. And if we start, I want us to complete.
Okay, so
I don't want it disjointed. So it's better I allow them to ask questions or to make contribution. And when it is 30 minutes, we proceed for break. When we return, we continue.
Okay. It will be a long break. We are looking at about close to 2 hours. About 1 hour, 30 minutes, sorry.
Okay, we don't have any break now?
No, like after this time, the break is about 1 hour 30 minutes, a long break.
Oh, what the break you are referring to?
Yes.
No, you cannot go to that break now. Unless if you are hungry. Then in that case, we have to break. Okay, it's time for salat. Yes, okay.
As you were saying, when we are entering, maybe it will take our time. So why don't you bring the time back so that we take it to Salat, this 1 hour 30 minutes, we take it from now. Okay. Maybe we use the 10 minutes for question and answers so that we take the time from now. So that when we come back then
when we come back, we'll go
yes.
take the research paradigm.
Yes.
So that's why I said the break is supposed to be around 1 hour 30 minutes. But Prof thinks it's a long break.
No.
So Prof, can we take the research paradigm in 20 minutes?
Allow.
Maybe, or 30 minutes.
30 minutes,
and
okay.
Then we break.
Okay, so...
which means we'll suspend question and answer now.
Yes, exactly, that's what I was coming to.
Okay.
So maybe if we could put the question and answers on hold,
yeah.
Take the research paradigm, then go for the long break. When we come back from that break, we take the questions before we start the session.
Inshallah. Is that okay? Good. Research paradigm. Contents, meaning of research paradigm, components of research paradigm, framework for Islamic research paradigm. So only 3 items. Now, what is research paradigm? Yes. When we say a paradigm shift, what do we mean? Yes? Now, brother. You said? A change in mindset, which means paradigm is mindset. Okay. Now.
And that's movement away from perspectives, in between perspectives. So
perspective.
Yes.
So paradigm is about perspective.
Exactly.
That's great. Now, sisters, yes?
Pattern or model.
Pattern or model. Okay? Yes?
It's basically the change in how things used to be done.
Change in how things used to be done. Okay. Yeah, I agree. Now.
The orientation, your research orientation.
Orientation, another words. That's okay. Yeah. Okay, let's see what it is. We have 30 minutes only. So let's see what it is. Irrespective of the type of research we want to conduct, as researchers, we are influenced by paradigm. Do you agree with this statement? That irrespective of whether it is basic research or applied research, whether it is inductive, deductive, or abductive, whether it is quantitative, qualitative, or mixed, whether it is experimental or non-experimental, whether it is survey or it is case study, whether it is longitudinal, cross-sectional, or panel. As researchers, we are influenced by our own paradigm. Since we say paradigm is our perception, so we are influenced by our perception. Is that correct? That when we come to do research, we are influenced by our perception. Is that correct? Yes. We are influenced knowingly or unknowingly. We are influenced by our perception or paradigm or worldview. So research paradigm represents the worldview. Please underline this word, worldview. Worldview. The worldview of a researcher, and forms a basis for comprehension and interpreting social reality. The social reality, the environments, the elements of the environments, the key players, the actors in the environments, the way we see them, the way we think about them, our perception of them. have or play a role in the way we conduct research. 4 components of paradigm seem to be dominant in research methodology literature. 4 components. These components are: 1, ontology. Ontology. 2, epistemology. 3, axiology. And 4, methodology. Ontology, epistemology, axiology, and methodology. Ontology, epistemology, axiology, and methodology. Let me put it inshallah, in a simple way that we understand before we go to the slide. We said that irrespective of the type of research we venture into, as researchers, we are influenced by our way of thinking, our perception, our worldview, our paradigm. The worldview of someone who does not believe in the existence of Almighty God is that everything happens in this world by coincidence. And because that is his unbelief, he is influenced by that in his research. And that's why you see many researchers, the only motivation for them to go into very dangerous scenes, to fame, to photograph, to do this or that, is to become famous. It's just fame. They want to become famous. And that's all. They have no any other objective apart from it. So it means when they carry out research, they think along the line of doing it and doing it for the sake of the world only. For others who believe in the existence of Almighty God and believe in life and death and accountability on the day of resurrection, they always think that, okay, whatever I do here, I will be held accountable on the day of judgment. And this kind of perception and worldview now influence the way you conduct your research. So, for example, if you take the work of another person and present it as your own, you will now have to fight with your soul, with your conscience on 2 issues. 1, what if it is discovered? I will be shamed in this world. Isn't it? This fear of being shamed is something that we are all together in it. Both believers and non-believers. Because even non-believers don't want to be shamed in this world. But on top of that, for you, apart from worldly shameness, you are also afraid that you have cheated. And cheating has been declared haram by Almighty Allah and by the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. We quoted a hadith that says, "Man uftiya bifutiya gayr thabtin, fa innama ithmuhu ala man afta." So you know this. So by the time you present something in the name of your own, and people use it thinking that it's a product of a committed research, a diligent research, and consequently have problem as a result of using it, you know on the day of Qiyamah, you will be held accountable. Isn't it? So because of that, you wouldn't want to do that. You don't want to be shamed in this world, because even a non-believer will not want to be shamed in this world. But on top of shaming in this world, you are also afraid of meeting Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala with, fraud, fabrication, falsification, and the rest. That is your own perception. That is your own paradigm. That is your own worldview. Now, ontology is a philosophical term that focuses on what is out there to be known. What do we want to know? Or what is it available for us to even know? That is ontology. What is it there for us to know? In conventional research, ontology is about making sure that what you will research into is something that is in existence, is something that exists, is a reality, not something that is abstract, something that is metaphysical, something that cannot be touched or seen or heard or tested, something that we cannot test, we cannot we cannot smell, we cannot feel, we cannot see, we cannot hear. How can we research into it? So in conventional research, researchers are to limit their research effort to social realities, something that is real. That is their own perception. ذَلِكَ مَبْلَغُهُمْ مِنَ الْعِلْمِ. For us Muslims, we believe that we can research into whatever is in existence. We also believe that there are many things that we don't know or we don't see, and yet they exist. We believe in their existence, and therefore we can write something on them. For example, in the Quran, Allah says, وَيَسْأَلُونَكَ عَنِ الرُّوحِ قُلِ الرُّوحُ مِنْ أَمْرِ رَبِّي وَمَا أُوتِيتُ مِنَ الْعِلْمِ إِلَّا قَلِيلًا. It means ruh exists. But how does it exist? Do we know the nature of its existence? Do we know the nature of its existence? We don't know. But it exists and we believe because Allah mentioned it and we believe. We believe in paradise. We believe in health. We believe in the punishments of the grave. What is the nature? How is it? We don't know. But we believe in it. We have not seen it. We cannot touch it. We cannot feel it. We can't felt it. We cannot feel it. We cannot test it. And yet we believe in it. So, in ontology, the area of difference between Muslims and non-Muslims is that while both of them agree that they can research into social realities, things that exist, and they believe in their existence because they are physical. We can see them, or we can hear them, or we can touch them, or we can smell, or we can feel. Muslims go beyond that and say whatever revelation has confirmed, we also believe in it, whether we've seen it or not. This is our what? Our own perception, our own world view. This is what ontology is all about. So since we can research into even the unseen, based on the limited knowledge we have about it, for example, Sifatul Jannah, characteristic of Al-Jannah, we can write on it based on the information made available to us by Allah in the Quran and by His noble Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam in a hadith. We can write on it, or write on the hellfire. We can write on angels or about angels. We can write about jinns, even though we don't see them. But we can write about them because we believe they exist. But these people will tell you, no, we don't believe in their existence because we don't see them. We don't know how they are. So, in ontology, we not only believe and are ready to delve into research on physical things, social reality, but also metaphysicals, to the extent of what has been confirmed by the revelation. By revelation. When we agree to go into the research, the next thing is for us to read. اقرأ باسم ربك الذي خلق خلق الإنسان من علق اقرأ وربك الأكرم الذي علم بالقلم علم الإنسان ما لم يعلم. So we want to go into research. We want to read multiple sources. Which sources is acceptable? Which sources is not acceptable? Which sources are acceptable? Which sources are not acceptable? What constitutes knowledge? What constitutes knowledge claim? How do we know we know? Do we truly know? If we know, how do we know we know? To what extent can we say we know? Because there are instances where someone will say he knows even though he does not know. وَمِنْ أَعْجَبِ الْأَشْيَاءِ إِنَّكَ لَا تَدْرِي وَإِنَّكَ لَا تَدْرِي بأنك لا تدري. You don't know and you don't know, you don't know. So it is possible. So that is what epistemology is all about. Epistemology is about knowledge claim, sources of knowledge. What really constitute knowledge? How do we know we know? To what extent can we prove that we know something? In conventional research, the sources of knowledge are intuition, logical reasoning, empiricism, and authority. 4 sources. Intuition, logical reasoning, empiricism, or sometimes they call it experience. And finally, or lastly, authority. 4 sources. Repeat them. You said? Intuition, logical reasoning, empiricism or experience. Then, authority. These are the 4 sources. We all believe in them. As Muslims, we accept them as sources of knowledge. But in addition, we believe in revelation. That revelation is another source of knowledge. Is there anything ahead of it, on top of it? Revelation? Al-Wahyu is the first source of knowledge, the preferred source of knowledge, the topmost source of knowledge. So in epistemology, while we share with them the source of knowledge they accept, we also add to it revelation. Now, when we gather this information, we want to conduct research. We need to interact with people, with the environments. We maybe have to interview some people. We go and do this and that. Some may be male, some may be female, some may be children, some may be adult, and the rest. What code of conduct is supposed to guide us or should guide us? This is where axiology come in. Axiology is about morality, morals, moral values, ethical issues or ethics in the conduct of research. Ethics in the conduct of research. That's what axiology is. Whatever is good, whatever is positive is accepted by Islam, isn't it? Anything that will bring good and anything that will remove harm is acceptable in Islam. But on top of that, you need some divine guidance, or you need divine guidance to help shape your understanding of moral values. Because what is ethical to A may not be ethical to B, and vice versa. But if you have something that already defined the standard of a standard code of ethical values, you have no problem, because it will unify you. And that is of Sharia for us. That's the essence of Sharia, so that we don't understand or interpret things in our own ways, but be guided by the principles of Sharia. Be guided by the principles of Sharia. That is axiology. Lastly, methodology. How do we do this? How do we practice or apply this? What do we need to collect? What do we need to gather? What's the procedure or the process? What are the approaches? What are the methods? This is what methodology, entails. So, 4 components of paradigm. 4 components of paradigm. And what are they? Ontology, epistemology, axiology, and methodology. I want a sister to tell us in just 1 minute what she understands by ontology. And a brother will speak about epistemology. A sister will speak about axiology. And then finally a brother will speak about methodology. All in 1 minute, 4 minutes max. So sister, who will do that? Yes, sister. What is ontology?
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Alaikum assalam.
So basically, when you talk about ontology, it's about what is there to be known. Yeah. It is talking about the existence. But then in Islam, we believe that even if it is revealed to us, if it is there, like if you don't see it, but if it is given to us, an example is hellfire. We believe in hellfire. So issues like this can be researched on. That is about ontology.
Jazakallahu khairan. Now, brother, epistemology. Now,
epistemology is finding the source of knowledge. You do your research. So now you are going to do a research on a particular thing. What are going to be your masdar, something that you are going to depend on in finding that particular knowledge? And we said in the conventional that we have only 4: the empiricism, the logic.
Yes, intuition.
Conventional, we have 4.
Yeah.
The intuition, the empiricism, the logical reasoning, and authority.
No.
And we have the additional one, which the Sharia art, which is the Quran and the Sunnah or Wahi.
MashaAllah, Jazakumullah khairan. Axiology, sister. Who will speak on axiology? What is axiology? You forgotten? Okay, so speak, since you've not forgotten.
Let's help.
Jazakallah khairan. Naam, bismillah.
Basically, to my understanding, you can't just make decision, but rather you should be guided with the principles of Sharia.
Yes. Yeah. But the decision here is in relation to ethics, ethical issues, moral values in the conduct of
Sharia.
research. For example, you want to conduct a research, and this research involves examination, physical examination. There was a time in Nigeria, I think in Zaria, or in Kaduna State, something came up that a group of researchers wanted to conduct research, and it involves physical examination of certain features, physiological features of women. And these women are of age 16, 17, 18. And the researchers, some of the researchers are men. What that means is they will see the nakedness of female. Whether Muslims or non-Muslims, that's not allowed. Except in extreme cases, maybe case of necessity, darura. So the Committee on Ethics outrightly tell them no, it's not approved. That they should look for women assistant as research assistant. But even the women, there are no-go areas which they cannot examine because there is no darura for them to do that. If it were to be in the hospital and the ladies or female students to be examined are sick and they need medical attention, in that case it is darura. But where it involves research, and this research can be avoided, it was discovered that they don't have to conduct that research to be able to arrive at the findings or arrive at the solution, at a solution to the problem they are, envisaging. Then it was not approved for them. This is on the basis of what? On the grounds of ethics. And that's excellent. I mentioned to us that from the point of ethics in medicine, conventional medicine, it is not proper for a medical doctor to see a female patient in privacy, except where it is necessary. Extreme necessary. Otherwise, even if nobody accompanied her to the hospital, he needs a colleague. In fact, I have seen several times that doctors will not examine a female patient without a nurse present or someone, a personnel in the hospital. In fact, they will sometimes go out and look for a colleague, a female colleague, to come and witness the examination, because that is the ethical conduct. That's the rule in medicine. Even in America, even in Russia, even in China, in hospital, that's what they do. That's the popular practice. When you see them not doing that, then they are not following the ethics. These are very good. But you see, there is limit to this ethics if not supported by divine guidance. So while we accept all the beauty of the ethics, all beautiful things, all good things in the ethics, we are saying, why don't you add to guidance, Sharia guidance or divine guidance? Why? Because There is no universal. There is what is called universal ethics, but this interpretation is subject to, it depends from one country to the other, and is subject to human reasoning. But when you have Sharia, that's the guidance, the main guidance, then you are covered. No matter what, you are covered, and that is why even in axiology we want it to be guided by Islamic principles. Methodology. Who will speak on methodology? Brothers. Yes, brothers, speak on methodology.
Methodology is specific procedures.
Procedures.
Yeah. Or techniques.
Techniques, tools that we use. These techniques, in conventional research, the techniques are there and they are accepted in Islam or by Muslims. But we want these techniques to be guided by the principles of Sharia. For example, you want to collect information you want to collect data. And you go to a house and you just enter that house like that. We say no, it shouldn't be so. Why? Because we are not allowed to enter people's house without salam. Or you want to use something, a means. In the Sharia, in Islam, it's not about the means, the end justify the means. We don't believe in that. I'm sure you know that. In the subject of Maqasid yesterday, I'm sure something similar to this was raised. We don't say the end justifies the means. No. The end is the end. The means is also on its own. So as much as we want the end to be good and not harmful, the means must also be good and not harmful. It must also be good and accepted or acceptable. It's not just about the end. But when you look at conventional tools and techniques, there are many instances whereby these techniques or tools will lead to maybe the end result may be good, but in themselves they are not good. So we say even in methodology, you should be guided by the principles of Sharia. So in a nutshell, these are the components of research paradigm. These components are acceptable: ontology, epistemology, axiology, and methodology. We accept all, but we said we want it to be guided by the principles of Sharia. So, in a nutshell, you can see the 4 components here: ontology, epistemology, axiology, and methodology. Ontology focuses on nature of reality, raises questions of what is out there to know, and the assumptions about the way the world operates. For us, we believe that there is a purpose for our creation. وَمَا خَلَقْتُ الْجِنَّ وَالْإِنسَ إِلَّا لِيَعْبُدُونَ. We also believe that the heaven and earth were created for a purpose. مَا خَلَقْنَا السَّمَاوَاتِ وَالْأَرْضِ وَمَا بَيْنَهُمَا إِلَّا بِالْحَقِّ وَأَجَلٍ مُّسَمًّى. So they were not actually created باطلة. ذَلِكَ ظَنَّ الَّذِينَ كَفَرُوا. They are created for a purpose. That's ontology. Epistemology is about knowledge and its sources, varieties and limits. Axiology is about judgment, focusing on values and ethics that guide research and judgment about values. It raises questions such as what is good and what is bad, what is acceptable and what is not acceptable, what ought to be done and what ought not to be done, and the rest. Methodology involves the philosophical framework, approaches, design, methods, and procedures that we use as researchers to answer or provide solution to the problems we identify before we delve into our research. So the point here is, in Islamic perspective, these components are shaped by Islamic worldview and Sharia. That's the difference. We accept these components, but they are to be shaped by our worldview and by Sharia. So these are explanations on ontology and on epistemology. We said they are guided by intuition, authority, logical reasoning, and empiricism. You have seen it. We have discussed it, isn't it? Okay. We said in Islam, in addition to all those things, we have revelation. Can you see it? Revelation is one of it. Then, in terms of epistemology, again, we emphasize that in Islam, we don't have any demarcation as to the type of knowledge we should learn, whether religious knowledge or knowledge of physical and material sciences. So the fact that you are a PhD holder in Islamic studies does not make you a better Muslim than another one who has a PhD in chemistry. And the fact that you've researched on salat or zakat does not mean you are better than another person who researched on atomic bomb. All that matters is his sincerity. What motivates him? Whether the findings of his research will contribute or will benefit humanity. That's what matters. قُلْ إِنَّ صَلَاتِي وَنُسُكِي وَمَحْيَايَ وَمَمَاتِي لِلَّهِ رَبِّ الْعَالَمِينَ لَا شَرِيكَ لَهُ وَبِذَلِكَ أُمِرْتُ وَأَنَا مِنَ الْمُسْلِمِينَ. So the bottom line is whether a particular knowledge is beneficial or not. Its level of obligation and the need for it by individuals or by the society. Both axiology and methodology are guided by rational thoughts. That's just what it is, rational thoughts. That's the conventional way. But in Islamic perspective, in addition to rational thoughts, which is logical reason and intuition, we also believe that it should be guided by Tawhidic-based moral ethics and societal value. This is the framework proposed for Islamic research paradigm. It should be faith-based, meaning it is Tawhidic-based, Tawhid-based. It can be revealed, that is revelation, or acquired. It can be based on revealed knowledge or on acquired knowledge. Revealed knowledge means wahy, Al-Quran was sunnah. لأن السنة وحي ثان وحي ثان. The Prophet ﷺ said, ألا وإني أوتيت القرآن ومثله معه. So why? Or acquired, something that we acquired through experience, through experiment, through empiricism, and the rest. Its instructional materials should be standard by all means, so that it will give the desired result. It should be active in the sense that while we have what we consider as integrative and holistic, if we gain any new knowledge, any experience from outside, we grab it. We grasp anything new. We want it. Because inventions are important. So if they are able to come up with something new, we'll take it. Meaningfulness, integrativeness, and values-based. So this is the framework for Islamic research paradigm. It is faith-oriented. Its sources of knowledge may be revealed or acquired, wahyu or ilm muktasab. It should be meaningful. It should be integrative. And that is why we're here, integration of knowledge. So integrative. Everything that is good from conventional, we take it. We like it. Al-hikmatu, dhalatul mu'min. So wherever we see it, we pick it. We grasp it. And plus, what has been established in the sources of revelation. That's what we believe in. So it is integrative. The fact that we're talking about Islamic research methodology does not mean that we don't believe in what is there in conventional method. No, it's the same thing. The only difference is that ours is being guided by the Sharia, by principle of Sharia. That's all. But from the beginning of this presentation to this moment, did I mention anything that you've not heard about it in a conventional perspective? It's the same thing. But ours is garnish it, add to it, flesh it up with Sharia principles. That's just the addition we're making. And that's what makes it integrated or integrative. So the sources, as you can see there, are what? What are the sources? Revelation, intuition, logical reasoning, and empiricism. And within intuition and logical reasoning, we can have authority. So that's what we believe in. So we are only adding revelation, and we consider it foremost. Because as Muslims, we believe that the purpose of our creation is to worship Allah. And that's why revelation should be foremost. So we'll stop here, inshallah. If we still have 2-3 minutes, we can listen to contributions before we break. We are done with the second module or second segment of the presentation. So questions or contributions?
Thank you, Professor. We have 4 more minutes. So we'll take some few contributions or questions. We are supposed to break at 1 p.m. actually.
Yeah, Sheikh, when you mentioned the sources of knowledge, you mentioned authority.
Yeah.
I want you to.
By authority, what they mean from conventional point of view is where you have experts in a field. For example, Newton in sciences, Adam Smith in economics. You know, we have some laws in chemistry, Avogadro's law. These kind of laws, these people have become authority in that field. So that's what they mean by authority. For example, in literature review, you have to cite authors of researches conducted before yours. They are considered as authority. But not every author is an authority. We have some that are called authority. If you mention certain principles or certain concepts, you will see that the concepts are associated with certain individuals. In physics, you cannot do away with Newton, isn't it? So, like that. In economics, you can't do away with Adam Smith. So these are authorities. So that's the authority they mean. Although some lecturers of research methodology, when they come to talk about authority, they extend it to cover even revelation. Because I remember the lecturer that taught me research methodology in the university at undergraduates. When he was discussing authority, he even mentioned as an example, if the Bible says yes, who will say no? That is a form of authority. So meaning on their own, lecturers are trying to extend the meaning of authority to cover revelation. Because they found that there is a huge gap. When you ignore revelation and you leave people to their own common sense, what is commonsensical to them, it may be nonsensical in the real sense of it. And therefore, they need guidance. So you find that authority, even though in most textbooks of research, you will see them talking about established knowledge by experts in that area, by people who are known to have worked in that area and have become pillars of that area. They are the authorities. But on their own, lecturers, when they come to teach research, they try to extend the purview of authority to cover revelation. Now, but for us, we don't take it like that because we know the origin and we know what it means. So authority is authority, revelation is more than authority. Now.
Okay, Professor, actually it's time.
Okay.
So we'll go for a break. Inshallah, when we come back, we will take some few questions before you start the session.
And when are we supposed to resume?
We are supposed to resume at, 1, so let's be here by 2:40.
2:40?
Yes.
This is 1 o'clock?
Yes, so it's Zuhur, so it's prayer and lunch break.
And we are given 1 hour, 40 minutes?
40 minutes, yes.
Isn't that too much, too long?
It's too long. Subhanallah, it's too long. No, okay. Okay, let's agree. No. Zuhair.
You know we have 4 more segments of the presentation. And the next one, or research methodology, will not take much time. Maybe it will not be more than, we'll do the presentation just about 40 to 45 minutes, even though I've added some slides. But the fourth module is on research process. And that is where the application of what we have been discussing since morning will come to bear. And it may take us about 1.5 hours to do that. So, and we have another section or segment on ethics, which is also very important. So even if you cannot take the last segment, the last part, i.e. some thoughts on sharing research outputs. If you read, you will understand it on your own. But the three presentations, that is methodology, process, and ethics, I think we should try as much as possible to present it in the hall. Okay. So if you want us to spend 1.5 hours, I have no problem. We'll pray, take lunch, and rest for a while before we come back.
Okay.
Because I wouldn't want you to come back and be sleeping. So if you know you need 1 hour, 40 minutes, please, let's take it like that.
1 hour, 40 minutes. Agreed? Okay, please, let's be here by 2:40. Okay? Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. You are all welcome back from our long break. It's now 2:20, and if the technical team is ready, then we will start the session. 2:40. It's 2:40. I said 2:20. Subhanallah, I thought I said 2:40. So sorry. Okay, so thank you for that correction. It's 2:40, and the technical team is ready, so we will start our next set of sessions. Professor.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillah wa salatu wa salamu ala Rasulillah. Wa ala alihi wa ashabihi wa man walahu wa ba'd. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. We are welcome back from prayers and lunch. And I hope that even though we have filled our tummies, we will not go into, what we don't expect. And you know what that means, isn't it? Okay. I know you will not sleep, inshallah. Inshallah. Yes. Especially that we would be going into research process and you want to learn something new, isn't it? Yes. Jazakumullah khairan. Okay, the next part, that's part 3 of the presentation, focuses on research methodology. You will recall that before we break, I mentioned that this particular part or segment of the presentation is not, long, is short, and will last for not more than 45 to 50 minutes, except if some issues are raised that will warrant us to spend more time. Otherwise, bi'idhnillahi ta'ala, we should be able to finish the segment in 45 minutes. So, research methodology. Very simple. Very simple. Few items, I think only 2 or 3 items, okay, under the contents. 1, meaning of research methodology. 2, components of research methodology. And 3, characteristics of research methodology. We have described research methodology earlier. We have even tried to identify its major components. So we are not going to repeat ourselves, inshallah. But for the purpose of this segment, research methodology may be described as the philosophical framework, approaches, designs, methods, and procedures that are used to identify, select, process, and analyze information about a research topic. Self-explanatory, isn't it? Self-explanatory. Do we need any additional explanation on this? Do we need? No. Please, for those of us that are jotting, we don't have to copy the entire slide, but we can jot down information, additional notes that we provide in the course of our discussion and interaction. As for the slides, inshallah, you'll get it. Whatever I present here, bi'ithnillahi tabaraka wa ta'ala, whatever I present, you'll get it. Inshallah al-azim. But whatever I'm not able to present, you'll not see it. Okay. The main components of research methodology are design, approach, subject, data, and methods. 5 main components. Design, approach, subjects, data, and methods. The first component is design. If you want to build a house, if you really want to do the right thing, you have a piece of land. What do you do first? What do you do first? Pardon? The plan, the architectural plan, isn't it? You look for an architect, commission the architect to design the plan, isn't it? Okay. In that plan, you will decide, based on the information you will provide to the architect, the type of building you want. Is it story? Is it duplex? Is it bungalow? 2 bedroom? 3 or 4 bedrooms? Block of flats? Isn't it? All this will have to be decided. How many toilets? How many living rooms? Any corridor? Parking space? Ventilation? All this will have to be indicated in the structure, isn't it? Am I correct? It is the same with research. The plan, the overall plan or structure of how the research will be carried out is called research design. So, sisters, what is research design? Should I point randomly at one of you? Should I? You want me to point? Okay. 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 Yes, sister. Aha. Research design.
Research design, it's the plan, and it involves the elements, the key components that one needs to ensure that he comes up with the best design.
Okay.
The key components.
Yeah, that's good. You want to contribute?
It's what she said, plus it's a skeletal or a pictorial representation or a skeletal representation of how your research is going to look like.
Skeletal representation or presentation of how you want your research to look like. That's very good. Any contribution from the brothers? Okay. Let's see these slides. Or slide is just one. Under design, we're interested in having an overall plan or structure for conducting the research. Just like an architect will be requested to draw, to design an architectural plan for a proposed building. And he cannot go ahead and do it without asking you questions, isn't it? He will ask you. And if you tell him, I want so-so number of rooms, he will tell you, but if we go by what you want, it will be small, it will be squeezed, there will be no ventilation, there will be this. He will tell you. That kind of structure is what we call research design. In research, the design can take many forms, depending on the field of study, the nature of the topic, the objective of the topic, the objective to be achieved, and the result or purpose of the study. A particular design may be for bungalow, another for duplex, another for block of flats, another for 2 or 3 or more story building. They are all buildings, isn't it? They are all buildings. But the idea is that the kind of design, the kind of preparation the kind of attention that a story building requires is much more than what a bungalow requires, isn't it? But at the end result will be what? Building. A complete building or a completed building. But because the needs of each of these types of building is different, when you choose to go the way of bungalow, you will be told, do this, don't do that, do this, don't do that, buy this, you don't have to buy this. If you want to build a bungalow or a duplex, do you need to do decking? You don't need to do decking. Which means it is the structure that determines the kind of method, the kind of procedure you need to follow to be able to complete your building. Is this clear? It is the same thing with research. Research design helps us to know the direction we'll follow. And that is why we say it is the overall plan or structure for conducting the research. There are many designs in research. It may be experimental. If the intention is to control a group and observe the other group and report, then your design is experimental. If the intention is not to manipulate anything, you are not manipulating, you are not controlling. By controlling, you are manipulating. So if you are not manipulating anything, you allow things to go naturally without any control, then your research is non-empirical. Within non-empirical, it all depends on the goal of the research, the purpose of the research. If the purpose is to establish cause and effect, you want to know the impact of a particular policy or the effect of a particular action on another action, then your research design is correlation. You want to correlate, you want to relate. If the intention is to elicit or to seek information from people based on their experience, based on their perception, based on their worldview, and then report those responses as they are to the reader, then your design is survey. If your intention is to look at a trend, you take winter school and you liaise with Imam Said, he gives you data, information relating to winter school from inception to date. And you begin to analyze the changes, the developments in terms of places gone, Accra, Tamale, Accra, and now Kumasi, for example. And you want to look at the participants in terms of their caliber, their educational or their academic qualifications, their level of participation. You want to look at the trend. You want to even look at the images, the pictures taken to see the number of people that are there. Are they dark in complexion or they are, light? Are there many women or there are few in relation to today? So this kind of trend, your design will be descriptive. Are you interested in making sense out of images, pictures, graphs, artifacts, and the rest? Is that what you want to do? If that is what you want to do, then your research will be more of a qualitative research with either archival design, or the same descriptive design. So you can see, you will not be able to say one design is better than the other. It depends on a number of factors. The nature of the topic, the objectives you want to achieve. They determine what design you would use. Is this clear? Good. approach. Your design or your approach, philosophical approach to the research is tied to the design. If your design is this, then your approach should be that. If your design is that, then your approach should be this. If you mix up without looking at the similarity, or without looking at the relationship between the design and the philosophical approach, then you'll be missing the point. For example, if you collect data based on observation, or you collect data based on group interview, or group discussion, you cannot transform this kind of data into numbers. And if you don't have numbers, you cannot use quantitative approach. Because by quantitative approach, it means numbers. 1, 2, 3. Similarly, if you have numbers, daily numbers, weekly numbers, fortnight numbers, monthly, bi-monthly, annual, biannual, hourly, whatever. If you have this kind of data in numbers, and then you said you will use qualitative method in your analysis, you will also get it wrong. So it means deciding whether to go qualitative or quantitative greatly depend on the nature of your research design. Some research design are quantitatively biased. Some are qualitatively biased. So in terms of approach, here we mean the philosophical assumptions regarding the what and how of knowledge and the reasoning method in terms of whether it should be inductive or deductive. In most cases, if you are collecting data and subjecting it to analysis, your method of reasoning will be positivism and not subjectivism. So you have your design, you have your approach. The next thing in methodology is the subject matter. What are you going to study? Here, you are interested in knowing your population. Is it a human population or non-human population, or a combination of human and non-human? What's the sampling? Are you taking everything in the population, or you will take some and leave out others? If you leave out others, then you have what is called sample size. The sample size, how do you determine it, or how do you pick it from the general pool? That is where sampling techniques will work. Then data. What type of data are you going to use? Is it primary data? Is it secondary data? What's the source of the data? Is it archives? Is it records? Is it, shelves where you will find some files? Are you going to the field to collect data through the instrumentation of interview or questionnaire or observation? Or are you going to rely on published documents to extract information? So, instrument of data collection. We have two types of data, Two types of data for the purpose of research. Two types of data. Sister, can you tell us one type of data?
Primary data.
Primary data. Okay, can you say the second one?
Secondary data.
Secondary data. Sister, What is primary data?
A basic data.
Basic data? Like how? What do you mean by basic data? Okay, who will help her? Yes, sister. Next to her, yes.
The original source of data.
Original source of data, okay. Any contribution from the sisters? Primary data. What is primary data? Okay, let me come to the brothers. What is primary data? Yes, brother, you.
When we talk about primary data, we mean that is collected directly from the participants of the study.
Data collected directly from the participant. If you like, you say data collected for the purpose of that research, either by the researcher himself or by research assistants. It was collected purposely for that research, so it is called primary data. It has not been published. You go to the field, you collect it. Or you send a questionnaire. Even if it is an online questionnaire, you send and people fill and you get the results, you get the feedback. It is called primary data. Because it was not collected yesterday or day before you even conceive of that, of doing the research. It is you who actually decided to collect that kind of data. Even if the instrument was not designed by you, the responses were generated as a result of your own efforts to get information from them. That kind of data is called primary data. What are the instruments of data collection and primary data collection? What are the instruments? How do we collect primary data? Yes, brother. Interview is one of it. Yes, sister.
Observation.
Observation, yes. Yes.
The use of questionnaires.
The use of questionnaires. So we have three basic sources of or instrument of collecting primary data. We can use interview. This interview may be individual interview or group interview. We can also use observations. Sometimes when people mention observation, those who are not used to research wonder, how can observation be a source of data and primary data for that matter? I tell them it is possible. For example, you know suya? You know suya?
Yes.
Good. Or kebab, you know it. So you go to a suya man and you meet some students, maybe outside the gate of the great Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, Kumasi. At the gate, maybe there is a suya man. You meet some students resting after a whole day of lecture. And you greet them, they greet you back, and you ask the suya man, do you have suya? He said, yes. Is it ready? Yes. How much? Say, it is much. For about, I have about 100 sticks. And you have only 20 people there. And he has 100 sticks. Say, that's great. Okay, give me only 20 sticks. And then the remaining 80, share it or give to the students. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. You leave. And they continue their gisting. After some time, they come back to the university. But before you leave, you tell the suya man that, okay, till tomorrow. He said, okay, till tomorrow. Will you be here? Will it be ready around this time? He said, yeah, it will be ready. Okay, till tomorrow. So you leave. The next day, when you come around that time, what are you likely going to see? One more students. Why? Because news, then good news must have been spreaded. Isn't it? Must have been spreaded. Okay. The good news must have been spread. So they spread the good news that there is a likelihood that today that man will come and will buy suya. So the next day, you visit the suya man, you meet more students, maybe from 20 to 40 or from 20 to 35. You buy the same suya. You also promise to return the next day. When you return the next day, what are you likely going to see? You will see more people. You buy the suya, but this time around you didn't give a stick to them, and you leave, and you still tell the suya man till tomorrow. When you come on the fourth day, what are you likely going to see? Reduction in the number. Reduction in the number. What will be your conclusion? That their expectation of getting suya is a cause for the increase in number, isn't it? How do you know this? Did you interview them? Did you administer questionnaire? How do you know? Observation. It means observation is a source of data. You can use the instrument of observation to collect primary data. And this data that you've collected, if you have been noting down maybe the number, their reaction, their mode. When you come, how do they receive you? When you come the third day, you tell them, you say, you will come back, and then when you went there, you didn't give them anything. When they see you on the fourth day, what was their mode? How did they receive you? All this you can observe and you can record. And from this you can write something, isn't it? It means observation can be used as an instrument for primary data collection. Do you agree with me? Good. Secondary data. Yes, sister.
Please, can we also add focus group discussion as part of the primary?
Yeah, of course, we mentioned group interview, because focus group discussion is a form of group interview. Some call it focus group interview, some call it focus group discussion. It's the same thing. Yes. Now.
Assalamu alaikum. Please, with the observation, if an individual knows you are going to observe him to get an information, are you going to get, let's take for instance, there are two people and you are to observe them all. One knows that you're observing him and the other doesn't. So do you expect the same information from them all? Or how about that when it comes to
It is most likely that you will not get what you want. So in observation, you are doing it subconsciously. They don't know you are doing it. You are just observing. For example, in a bank, you can go to a bank early in the morning, maybe around 7:30, 8 o'clock, as soon as they open, you enter. And you begin to observe beginning of the month, end of the month. Beginning of the month, who are the people that frequent banks? Maybe employees, those who are in active employment, isn't it? But end of the month, who are the people that mostly go to the bank? You either see women or you see retirees, because mostly they get their pay before the normal workers, isn't it? You can also observe when school is in session. How many people go to the bank? I mean, the number of people that go to the bank, it may be students, youth. But when school is not in session, you don't see them. This kind of observation, people may not know you are doing it. Even the bankers, even those working in the bank should not know. So in observation or interaction for the purpose of research, you don't tell people what you are doing. If you want people to know, then make it formal interview, whether individual or group, let them know. It's like another sister raised her hand. Okay, yes, brothers. Now I start with you.
Alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
I want to find out what will be the source of primary data for a person who is reviewing a work. Assuming I'm in a secular end and I've come back to my Islamic end, and I've realized that a work has been done by someone in the secular end. And I realized that when you go into the Islamic perspective, there are old writers who have done similar work, but the person didn't consider those works. So which one becomes my primary data here?
Now, in this case, are you interested in doing comparison?
Yes.
Or you just want to explore more the literature to know? Or you want to critique or revise the book that was written from conventional point of view? What exactly do you want to do?
I want to review the book. Comparing the two, yes,
okay, comparative. In that case, the books are your data, but in this case, they are not called primary data. They are secondary data, because secondary data is also a form of data that we use in doing research. You know, generally, textbooks, journal articles are not data. They are only source of literature. But in your own case, they are the data, because it is the book that you will use. Since your own is to review it, you are writing an annotation, or you want to appraise it, or you want to critique it, isn't it? Or you want to revise it, just like tahqiq al-makhtutat, or tahqiq of books, not only makhtutat, published books. You do tahqiq of Bulugh al-Maram, of a book written by Sheikh Usman bin Fodio or any of his disciples, a book written by Sheikh this, Sheikh that, the contribution of Sheikh this, Sheikh that, as per his book, so. This kind of review, the book is itself the data for you. It is the data, because you are using it as your own data to do the review. But we'll talk about it later. We'll talk more on that, inshallah. Naam, brother. Alaikum salam.
So I'm looking at observation against the ethical aspect of research.
Naam.
Where you're observing somebody is not aware that you are observing him.
Naam. There is no ethical concern there, except if you are spying. You are not spying. This is a public place. Students go there, they meet, they gist. You go there, you buy soya, you give them, you tell the man you are coming back tomorrow. Based on that information, they spread the good news. More students come, you buy, you give them, and then on the third day, you buy, but you didn't give them, and you tell the man you are still coming. You are not spying on any one of them. It's a public domain, it's a public space. You only spy if it is something negative that person is doing, and he doesn't want anybody to know, and he is afraid that if it is known, something bad will happen to him, and then you keep on spying on him. Even that one, there are instances where it will be not only allowed or permissible, but also obligatory, but at the level of the state. For example, if what he's doing poses a threat to the security and safety of people, it is the responsibility of the security men or security personnel to use whatever mechanism, whatever means possible to track him and get him arrested. In that case, the kind of spy they do there, even for Muslims among them, it's not haram, because it is for the overall good of society. But at individual level, without any necessity, you spy on someone, no. Allah says, وَلَا تَجَسَّسُوا وَلَا تَجَسَّسُوا وَلَا يَكْتَبْ بَعْضُكُمْ بَعْضًا أَيُحِبُّ أَحَدُكُمْ أَنْ يَأْكُلَ لَحْمَ أَخِيهِ مَيْتًا فَكَرِهْتُمُوهُ. So it's not permissible. But if it is necessary to do that, no problem. But in the examples we gave, there is no tajassus. You are not spying on anybody. It's something public. You go to the bank, you just observe the movement. You go to the market, you just observe the movement. Not even market, but you go to a community and you observe the interaction between men and women, young men and young women, old men and old women, how they do their things, and then you report. There are researches that you do that only. That's what will take you. That's what you want to do, especially in languages, in history, and some fields. You find that some things that you don't consider important, that is what will earn them a degree. And that's why we keep on saying it depends on the field, it depends on the study, the nature of the study or topic, it depends on the methods being used. Now,
values here, where evil is happening. And when you come with your faith, you can't earnest the evil that is happening. So I hide behind just to ensure that I stop the evil, this corruption that is happening in our country. And I want to use the Anas principle to also unearth the corruption.
Honestly, unless you are a public figure who is saddled with such kind of responsibility, it is not permissible for a Muslim to spy on another Muslim. There is rumor all over that this person is doing this evil. You wait. When Allah decides to expose him or her, he or she will be exposed. It's not for you to be following him from one place to another, hiding, jumping from one pillar to other, from one, pillar to another, all in the name of trying to find out, to verify. No. That is tajassus, and it's not allowed. Now, yes.
I want to find out whether population, okay, let me put it this way, the sample size for a study have something to do with the approaches you use maybe in the
Has
study.
something to do with what?
The approaches used. Research approach used. For instance,
Okay, approaches, okay. It all depends. If you are using like quantitative approach, for example, in quantitative approach, you can even use questionnaire. Because if you design your questionnaire using a scale, like Likert scale, strongly disagree, undecided, agree, strongly agree, and you assign 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, respectively, to the boxes or to the columns. So if a respondent tick strongly agree, it is 5. If he ticks strongly disagree, it is 1. And in the questionnaire, on top of the questionnaire, you indicate the scaling so that the person answering the questionnaire will know. This is a questionnaire, but because you are using a scale that you can transform into numbers, it is still called quantitative approach. But if it is interview, whether individual, that's personal interview, or group-based, group interview, or focus group discussion, can you assign numbers? You cannot assign numbers to their responses. In that case, you must go qualitative, because it will require you to do narration instead of making it in numbers and then using appropriate technique like regression or any other technique to analyze the data. You will have to use qualitative approach to explain the responses to your questions during interview. So it means certainly the design, the approach can influence or normally influence what the population will constitute. And even apart from population, the sampling technique, it will help in knowing that. So it is tied together because it is systematic and it is procedural. That's for data. Then for methods, we mean tools and strategies for arriving at an acceptable, reliable conclusion or findings. This is where we talk about parametric or non-parametric. So that you go either narrative or historical or archival. We'll see some of this later. In Islamic perspective, these components are shaped by Islamic worldview and Sharia. Now, these are the characteristics of Islamic research methodology. One, it operates within the framework of revelation, wahyu, and employ human reasoning, intuition. Two, it benefits from inductive approach. What is inductive? In Arabic, it is called manhaj istiqra. Manhaj istiqra'i. Manhajun istiqra'iyun. Or al-manhajul istiqra'i. You are following. For example, yesterday, you listened to the presentation of Mala Abdullahi on Usul al-Fiqh and Maqasid al-Sharia. If we take Usul al-Fiqh, and in particular al-Qawaid al-Fiqhiyya, you will see Islamic scholars digging deep into the Quran and Hadith to come up with some qawaid. Each qaida will help explain so many things, so many scenarios. For example, al-umuru Al-umuru bimaqasidiha. Al-umuru bimaqasidiha. Actions, speeches are judged based on their intentions. Al-umur bimaqasidiha. It is true, I'm coming, it is true istiqra that scholars were able to come up with this qaida. They have looked into the Quran, they have researched into the Quran, they have researched into the Sunnah and discovered that this hadith of innamal a'malu bin niyat wa innamal likulli imri'in ma nawa can apply to several ibadat, several acts of ibadat and even mu'amalat. It was reported that Al-Imam Shafi'i said, the hadith, innamal a'malu bin niyati wa innamal likulli imri'in ma nawa, applies to more than 70 chapters in Islam. 70 chapters. And that's why even Imam al-Bukhari did not transmit or did not record that hadith once. I think it appeared in about 6 or 7 places in Bukhari. So the qaida, al-umur bimaqasidiha, they looked at a number of ahadith and a number of Quranic verses. وَمَا أُمِرُوا إِلَّا لِيَعْبُدُوا اللَّهَ مُخْلِصِينَ لَهُ الدِّينَ هُنَفَاءَ فَاعْبُدِ اللَّهَ مُخْلِصًا لَهُ الدِّينَ أَلَا لِلَّهِ الدِّينُ الْخَالِصُ قُلْ إِنَّ صَلَاتِي وَنُسُكِي وَمَحْيَايَ وَمَمَاتِي لِلَّهِ رَبِّ الْعَالَمِينَ لَا شَرِيكَ لَهُ بِذَلِكَ أُمِرْتُ وَأَنَا أَوَّلُ الْمُسْلِمِينَ إِنَّمَا الْأَعْمَالُ بِالنِّيَّاتِ وَإِنَّمَا لِكُلِّ امْرِئٍ مَا نَوَى. They look at some of these texts and came up with or deduce this particular qaida, al-umur bimaqasidiha. What approach did they use? Inductive. And that's why it's called istiqra. They dig deep into the Quran and Sunnah to come up with this qaida based on a number of Quranic verses and ahadith of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. If you take the qaida, al-mashaqqa tajlibu taysir. How did they come about it? يريد الله بكم اليسر ولا يريد بكم العسر وما جعل لكم في الدين من حرج إن الله تجاوز عن أمتي الخطأ والنسيان وما استكرهوا عليه. All these things, they use all of this. After reading, they came up with this qaida, al-mashaqqa tajlibu taysir. This is a good example of istiqra. The text is there, you have the information, but you want to see if you can develop a statement that will explain many things. If you take most of the theories in economics, the higher the price, the lower the quantity demanded. The lower the price, the higher the quantity demanded. Look at this law, look at this theory, and you realize that it conforms to the reality of human beings. And that is why it is one of the theories of consumer behavior. It was not just in their dream that they just thought, let's say something like the higher the price. No. It was a function, it was a result of rigorous research, looking at so many things before they came up with this statement. And you can see the beautiful statement is able to explain the reality on ground. As people were actually using that theory, hook, line, and sinker, some scholars later realized that it's not in all cases that this statement stands. For example, if we say the lower the price, the higher the quantity demanded. No matter how low the price of salt is, would you add the quantity of salt? Will you? You will not. You will increase the quantity of salt you are used to. Why? Because there are some goods that are fixed in nature. They don't change. Their demand hardly change, even when their prices change. If the price of salt go up and multiply itself by 1,000, can you afford not to put salt in your soup? You will still have to manage. Even if you will say Allah ya Isa, you will still buy salt. Because there is nothing you can do. It means not all goods follow this qaida, isn't it? It was a product of tajriba. They came up with a theory, they applied it, they tested it, it worked, but after some time they were experimenting, experiencing a lot of things, and they realized that there are some goods that do not follow that. But they are just 2 to 5%, generally, 2 to 5%. They also later found that there are some goods that the higher their prices, the higher their demand. The lower their prices, the lower their demand. What examples can you give?
Luxury goods.
Luxury products. Because those who want to be described as they have arrived would always want something very expensive. The more expensive it is, the more they demand for it. The lower the price, the more they keep away from it. So there was a theory, and this theory has been tested and it is trusted, yet they found something, so they developed another more theories as exception to those rules. This is a kind of istiqra. And that's why we said in inductive research, the interest is to develop a theory. But in deductive, you want to take the theory and test it. You want to test it to see whether the assumptions of that theory, the postulations made by the theory will stand or will apply to real life situation. And that is why it is called istinbat. So you have manhajul istiqra and manhajul istinbat. Manhajul istiqra and manhajul istinbat. For istiqra, you want to develop theory. For istinbat, you want to test the theory. And then we said there is also abductive. You know, I projected a slide on abductive, isn't it? So when you get the slides, please read that particular slide because we have not explained it. So read it. If you have any problem, please let Imam know. He will handle it, inshallah. These approaches, manhaj istiqra'i, manhaj istinbati, or qiyas, and manhaj tamthili are all recognized in the Quran and Sunnah. I'm supposed to give you a group activity, but I'm afraid I will not because of time. Because I need time now more than you do. So I will be overprotective. I won't allow anybody to use the time. Another characteristic of research methodology in Islamic perspective is that it focuses on real issues in theoretical and practical realms. Real issues. Why real issues? Because one of the ethical issues in research from Islamic point of view is that you don't belabor yourself with what has very little honor benefits to the public, to you and to the public. There is nothing wrong in doing what is not beneficial, what has no immediate benefit. But that will be subject to if you have luxury of time. And do you have? To know about evil is okay. It may even be recommended. It may even be a commendable, commendable activity. Why? Because Al-Imam al-Bukhari recorded in his Sahih from Hudhayfa ibn al-Yaman radiyallahu anhu that Hudhayfa said, "Kana ashabu Rasulillahi sallallahu alayhi wa sallama yas'alunahu anil khayri wa kuntu as'aluhu anil sharri makhafata ana qafi." The Sahaba used to ask the Prophet sallallahu alayhi wa sallam about good because they want to do good. On my part, I used to ask him about evil in order not to fall into it. So it means knowing evil with a view to protecting oneself is okay. But we have to look at priorities. Al-awlawiyat, prioritization. You need to look at that. It's not everything that you need or you want to know that you have to know. Leave it to others. Concentrate on what will bring more benefits. Because a scholar, a good researcher, a good student of knowledge is not the one who knows the difference between halal and haram only, but the person who knows the best of best, the best of best, and the least of worse, or the least of evil. The best of best and the least of evil. ليس العالم من عرف الفرق بين الحلال والحرام أو بين الحق والباطل. ليس العالم من عرف فقط الفرق بين الحلال والحرام وبين الحق والباطل وبين الخير والشر. إنما العالم من عرف خير الخيرين وأقل الشرين. If you know the best of best and the least of evil, then you are a scholar. You are a true scholar. So, research methodology in Islamic perspective is characterized by these three qualities or characteristics. So, do we have questions? 5 minutes for questions. Yes, sister, I will start with you.
Please, the secondary data, you didn't go there. You skipped it.
Which one? Secondary data?
Yes, you were about to say it and questions came in, so you didn't go there.
It's because we have discussed it several times. Many times I mentioned it. Secondary data are data that have already been published. Published data. What is your field? Education. Which aspect of education? Language and religion. Okay, let's take language. If you want to know, for example, the number of enrollees, students who have enrolled in a particular local government or municipal or region in Ghana for a period of 20 years, and you want to do a trend analysis, or you want to do a kind of comparison, or you want to analyze or describe the behavior or a pattern. Where do you get this information? You go to the schools, you take the register. Or maybe Ministry of Education already has it. You go to the Ministry of Education, you take it year by year, year by year. It has already been published. This is called secondary data. Or people who want to do research on companies, private companies, and they look for their financial statements, statement of accounts, annual accounts, and they check to see the number of directors they have every year, or female director in relation to male directors. They also look at maybe tribe or accent. They look at religion. All this information, if it is contained in the financial statement, and you extract it for a period of time, what you have is called secondary data. You want to review a book. The book itself is your data, is your own secondary data, because you want to review it. You are not reviewing it in form of literature review. You are reviewing it as the basis of your analysis in chapter 4. Then it is your own data. But literature review that we do in chapter 2, whereby we give acknowledgement to researchers conducted in that area. We acknowledge them, we review their work, we critique their work, and so on. This is called literature review, it's not data. But when we use it for analysis, then it is data for us, even if it is not data for another person who is not working in that area. Sister, do you understand? MashaAllah. Yes.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam.
Please, considering the fact that the research design and the approach should be in conformity, is it possible or not to have a particular design that will require both qualitative and quantitative approach?
There are many. We will talk about it. Many of them. In fact, the trend now is to use mixed approach. Let me give you an example. The sister who is from education, I gave her example with a release, number of a release over a period of time. That data is what? What type of data is it? Huh? I didn't hear you. What type, I mean, in terms of classification? It's secondary data. Quantitative and secondary data, agreed. After analyzing the data, or even before analyzing the data, she then decided that, from my observation, I can see the number of enrollment for women, for girls, is reducing year in, year out. So she said, I need to find out what was the cause. And she developed a question, she developed an interview questions, either for individuals or for group. And she decided that she will follow the households, different households, various households in the community, in the communities, to know why they don't want to send their children to school. This kind of data, if she generates it, this kind of information, if she generates it, what type of information is it? Qualitative. And we put it under what? Under primary data, because it is interview. So she now analyzed the figures on enrollment as provided in the publications, and also analyze the responses of the parents on why they don't send their children to school. Do you understand? In this case, we have a mixture of what and what? Qualitative and quantitative. Or by qualitative and quantitative approach, what do you have? Mixed approach. Do you understand? Now.
So that means the understanding here is that we have three, right, under the approach.
Generally, we have two. The number three is not a standalone. It is as a result of combining the two. And that's why I put question mark for it.
Okay.
If you like, you can say we have two approaches.
Okay.
But we also recognize the third one.
Thank you.
Yeah. There is what they call triangulation in research. Have you heard of it? Triangulation. Do you know it? Do you know it? Okay. Triangulation involves the use of different types of data, different types of approaches, different types of design, all in one research. So we say you triangulate. And that is very useful if the research can take it, and if you have the time and resources, because it may involve some money. Like this. So that's it. Any other question? Yes, brother.
I want to find out whether there can be a situation whereby we use an open-ended questionnaire as maybe an instrument for quantitative data.
Yeah, open questionnaire has its own problems. In fact, if you develop an open questionnaire, you are expected, if all through you have open questions, then you have to use qualitative method of analysis, not quantitative. But if you have a questionnaire with many questions closed, with just 2 options or 3 options or 4 options, that one must take one of them, and few questions opened, especially towards the end of the questionnaire, it is common to ask, what other information do you want to share? What other thing do you, like that? So if you have something like that, then those questions that you make them open, you analyze them using qualitative method. But the other questions that are in form of tables or that are close-ended, then you analyze them using quantitative, which means in one questionnaire, you can develop questions that will enable you to use mixed approach. Do you understand? Yes. Yes.
the finding doesn't suit your expectation.
Yes.
And you are now coming back.
Yes.
How do you marry the two? You come back and have it easy to go.
Provided you choose an appropriate method. The fact that you get results that is not in line with your expectation does not mean that you are wrong. Okay. What it means is that there are three possibilities or more. Possibility number one, the data you collected is not adequate. Provided you follow the import of the methodology. For example, the methodology in the design, you say you are going for correlation. And then in the approach, you said you are going quantitative. And you obtain quantitative data. It means you are right. You have not violated any procedure. But you get a result that is not giving you the right thing. One possibility is the data you collect. Either it is wrong or it is not adequate. Either the data is wrong or it is not adequate. Because one of the implications of collecting inadequate data, especially through questionnaire, is that when you subject it to reliability tests, it will fail. It will fail in most cases if the questions are not many. Or if the respondents decide to close their eyes and be ticking anyhow, thereby conflicting themselves. Because in a questionnaire design, there is always a need for follow-up questions. You ask one question now. After 3 or 4 questions, you repeat that question but using different wordings. In a manner that the answer is supposed to be the same for that respondent. When he ticks no and he ticks yes here, you know there is a problem. So it could be one of the reasons why you are not getting, because ab initio, there is a lot of bias in the responses. That's possibility number one, data. Insufficiency of the data. Possibility number two is the technique of data analysis, which is also key in getting a good result. For example, if you have a questionnaire based on Likert scale, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6, or 7, or 8, the way you want it, people now extend it to even 10, giving different options so that the respondent will have the flexibility to choose. It doesn't have to be always yes or always no in absolute term. That's the idea of Likert scale. In the past, it was yes, no. What if it is yes, no at the same time? Must it be yes or no? It may be yes partially and no partially. And that is why Likert scale is a good scale, because it gives the opportunity to scale. So a yes is 100. No is 100. No 100 negative, yes 100 positive. But I don't want to go negative. I don't want to go positive 100%. I am happy but not very happy. I am satisfied but not happy, not talk of being very happy. I should have the opportunity of expressing this kind of feeling. So what happens if I say partially yes, partially no? Which means I have no, partially no. Yes, partially yes. It's not better? So that if I'm not happy completely and I'm not, sad completely or angry, I can go for partial. Isn't it? That is the essence of Likert scale. So when you collect data using Likert scale and you have your numbers 1 to 5, for example, for each of the respondents, what type of technique of data analysis are you supposed to use in that case? You have your questionnaire. You develop the questionnaire using Likert scale. Let me write. You want to analyze the data, so you are screening the data. The ink is almost gone. Let me try this. Yes, I think this is better. Can you see it? You can't see it. It's fainting. Let me just explain. when you receive or when you retrieve your questionnaire, you retrieve the responses to your questionnaire. Responses to your questionnaire. When you retrieve responses to your questionnaire and you come to do the coding, it's even permanent marker, this one. Small one. Can you see it? So maybe you have like 4. You say, strongly disagree, disagree, agree, strongly agree, for example. So if A, Mr. A that responded to your questionnaire or that responded to your questionnaire has ticked strongly disagree for the first question, he ticks here. When you come to coding, you have already mentioned that in the coding, this is 1, 2, 3, 4. That is how you intend to code them. This means anybody that tick DA, disagree, what does he tick? What number has he given you? 2. That is maybe for question 1. Question 2, he ticked agree, meaning 3. For question 3, he picked SD, strongly disagree. That means 1. For question 4, he picked strongly agree. That is 4. These values are what you use now in your analysis, isn't it? Okay. And you know, in deciding on the technique of data analysis, you either settle on a parametric or non-parametric technique of data analysis. We have many of them. For example, chi-square. Do you know chi-square? Chi-square is a non-parametric tool of analysis or technique of analysis. Do you know OLS? Ordinary least square? You don't know it? Even postgraduate students? How many postgraduate students do we have who are currently writing their postgraduate research, who are doing their postgraduate research? Which area? Mathematics. Okay? But in mathematics, we should know OLS. Even though it's more of statistics, it's statistics that do all of this. But at least in your research methodology, you should know some of these things.
I know some, but...
Or you are doing your coursework now?
Come again.
Are you doing the coursework now?
No, I finished writing the thesis.
Okay.
So we're just waiting for graduation. But I use similar approach in my research work. So for this one, I use means and then standard deviation.
Standard deviation?
Yeah, in the percentages and...
and percentage.
Frequencies.
At undergraduate? Or at postgraduate?
Postgraduate.
And they allow it to go?
Yes, it's in 2 parts. So the other part, we have hypothesis testing.
Okay. So what do you use to do to test your hypothesis? Standard deviation?
No.
So what do you use?
For the hypothesis testing, first one was based on gender. So it is a categorical data. So I use, after the normality test, I have that one of them not being normal. So I have to use a man-Whitney U test for the analysis.
You use what?
Man-Whitney U test.
Okay.
And then one of them was normally distributed. So I use the t-test for it.
Now t-test. T-test, if it is independent t-test, it is called a parametric. It falls under parametric. But if it is not independent t-test, in most cases it's not showing any relationship, then it is just talking about average, then it is usually classified under non-parametric, although some scholars are of the view that all t-tests belong to parametric tool of analysis. When you use correlation, for example, you just want to look at the correlation of relationship, the strength of relationship without focusing on the effect, cause and effect, then correlation is part of descriptive statistics. Some say it is parametric, some say it's non-parametric. Whatever is it, Assuming, as you said, you did your test, initial test, and you realized that tool is not possible. So you went back to Man Whitney, isn't it?
Yes, it's a non-parametric test tool.
Test 2. Because you cannot use the other one, you have to go for a better tool.
Yes.
So you use Man Whitney.
Yes.
It is the same thing. If you use a wrong tool, assuming you insist to subject it to correlation or standard deviation test, it won't give you what you want. Not because the data was wrong, but because the tool of analysis you use is wrong. So the result may misbehave. It may not give you the right thing. This is the second possibility. The third possibility is that everything is okay, but the environment you use for your research has some characteristics that are different. Because mostly you frame your work based on what previous researchers have done. But they might have done it in some environments that are feasible, that are amenable to that. If you take the same thing to that environment, you may not get the same results. To a different environment with different socio-economic characteristics or socio-cultural characteristics, you may not get the same result. In view of that, the result will misbehave. Assuming everything goes all right, what do? What is important is to go back and check if you are able to confirm that everything is okay. You report the result as it is, but you try to give explanation on the possible reasons why the result misbehaves. Yes. Any other question? Okay. Yes.
Questions to ask. The first one is with regards to the research design. During my study, I observed that some researchers, whenever they are writing, they use experimental and then maybe non-experimental design. But in some cases, you see other researchers going further to use the type of experimental design in their research work. So I want to find out whether including both of them will be good, or maybe taking the sample or the particular experimental design, the type of experimental design or non-experimental design will be appropriate for a research work.
Yeah, for example, if you look, there is what we call, for experimental design, it has to involve control group and observed group. Where you don't have this kind of situation, for those in biology, they use animals, they give them certain drugs, or those in chemistry, they use chemicals, they combine this and that, and they leave the other without combining it with anything to observe and see what happens. Those in medicine also do that. But honestly, those in physical sciences, apart from those that go to the laboratory and do some tests, they have no business doing pure experimental research. What we do generally, those of us who don't do pure experimental research, is called quasi-experimental. Quasi-experimental. It is more of experimental, but it's not pure experimental because you are not controlling any group, you are not observing any group. But it is experimental because you are based on, like the case of the Suya man we mentioned. It's more of experiment, but did you control any group? You did not. You didn't control any group. You only observe a group, but you didn't control. And the group you observe may even have differences. It may not be the same people that have been coming. Because some of them may have lectures, some may travel, so they may not come back again. Some might be just guests to their friends in the university, but they live elsewhere. So even though you promise to come back the next day, they will not be there. Which means you are not controlling any group, you are not observing any group. In that case, you are not doing pure experimental research. But because you are following the procedure of experimental research, and you are dealing with human perception, human behavior, so it is called quasi-experimental design. So you can say you have pure experimental, you have quasi-experimental, and you have non-experimental. Under non-experimental, you have many of them, as we explained earlier. So even the correlation, trend analysis, even causality, causal research, they are all, part and parcel of non-experimental research under either causal or relational in terms of correlation. Now, yeah.
What I heard you talking about, it was based on the, how do you put it? Okay, let me put it this way. Pilot study.
Pilot.
When you're doing pilot study, do you consider the data type, for instance, maybe whether you are going to use cross-sectional cross-sectional data or maybe longitudinal data? Do you consider that in pilot study?
Of course. Part of pilot is the same with the normal research. The only difference is that at pilot stage, you want to know, you want to see the extent to which your questionnaire can be classified as reliable. Whether you are dealing with the right group, whether they are the right type of the right group of people you should use as your respondents. And that is why in pilot, if your intention is to administer questionnaire to 100 people, in pilot you may take only 10, 15, 20, just to see what will be the result. If you've seen, and there are tools that you can use to ascertain the reliability. There is a reliability test, which is available in Stata and some other software packages that are used for statistical analysis. I wanted to say SPSS. SPSS is better when you are dealing with primary data. Yeah, to my knowledge, SPSS is better when you are dealing with primary data than Stata. So if you are comparing Stata and SPSS, SPSS is better in primary data, while Stata is better in any other thing than anything other than primary data. We also have eViews, as you know, and there are many other statistical packages. Okay, so you can test the reliability of the responses using SPSS. And the result of the reliability test will make you know, will inform you whether your questionnaire is or has been responded to by the right group of people. So in the same pilot, the same thing you want to do in the main work, you will do it in the pilot first. If it didn't work, then you know you need to change before you go to the field proper. Otherwise, what you obtain from the pilot may be the same thing you will obtain from the main work. And that will mean exercise in futility. So it's better when you have a problem, you address the problem before you go back to the field. So pilot is important in primary data, very, very important. Okay. So can we stand up? Good. So even though I'm not supposed to work my body, but I want us to do some exercise. Physical this time around. So let's do like this. Aha, like this. Excellent, like this. Aha, like this. And we go like this. And then we can sit down. Awwa. Madallah. Awwa. Awwa. Madallah. Madallah. Okay. Academic research process. That is part 4. We'll start and then break for Asr. When we return, we continue, inshallah. Are we together? Madallah. Academic research process. Content. Process of academic research, components of a research work, qualities of good research work, guiding principles of Islamic research methodology. So we'll see if we can finish the first part before we go, then we break for Asr. When we return, we continue, inshallah. In this module, I want us to do our best to apply the theoretical knowledge we have acquired so far. Let's assume we have a project to write, or a thesis, or a dissertation to write. What do we do? How do we do it? This is what this module is all about. Academic research generally involves problem identification. Do you agree with this? You identify a problem because research is about finding solution to an identified problem using appropriate methodologies. When you identify the problem, the next thing to do is to specify the purpose of your research in form of objectives. Isn't it? You state the research questions and O hypothesis. Why do we say O and O? Why? Because in some researches, you need to combine questions and hypotheses. In some researches, you need only questions. You don't need hypotheses. Most qualitative research, most qualitative studies don't require hypotheses. They require only research questions. But whenever you formulate a hypothesis, you can as well develop research questions. But you find that in some institutions, they will say, if you have research questions, you don't need hypothesis. If you have research hypothesis, you don't need question. That they don't want to see you combining the two. But honestly, I have a different opinion. You ask questions even if you have a hypothesis for two reasons. Reason number one, your questions will guide your hypothesis because they are supposed to flow. So when you develop your research questions and your hypothesis, developed in a different way, then you know there is a problem. So it will serve as a check and balance. Secondly, there are instances whereby a particular objective will not be achieved through hypothesis testing. In that case, research question will help you answer or achieve that objective. So where it is possible to combine the two, it is better you combine. But don't forget, if your work is on exploration, you are exploring the literature, or you want to do content analysis, or you want to use archival methodology, archival method, or your own is document analysis or thematic analysis, you don't need to state any hypothesis. In the end, those questions, once they are answered, you are good to go. Is this clear? Are we on the same page? If you are using qualitative, for example, you want to do focus group interview or focus group discussion, there cannot be any hypothesis. Because hypothesis is quantitative. You can only use quantitative values, numeric values, numbers to test hypothesis. If you are using questionnaire, close-ended questionnaire, structured in line with Likert or any other scale, you can use hypothesis because you are reducing them to number. And therefore, you can hypothesize, you can test the hypothesis. But if you are doing analysis, just analysis, narrative analysis, then you don't need hypothesis. It's only research questions you need. Please, let's get this very clear. Are we together? Are we together? Okay. Next is to review literature. You review the literature. And in reviewing the literature, you should remember that there are 3 dimensions of literature you need to review. Number 1, conceptual literature. Literature on meaning of concept, dimension, nature, scope, limitations, advantages, disadvantages, pros, cons, argument for arguments against. All these things, they are all conceptualization. So you need to talk about conceptualization, including types and classifications, including historical development. Then theoretical literature. In the theoretical literature, you try to review literature that provide you with the framework, the theoretical framework, the basis upon which you want to carry out that research. And then empirical literature, which is about the kind of empirical studies conducted in that field or in that area that are available and you can review. So literature review. Next is choosing methods for data collection, analysis, and interpretation. Next is to communicate your findings and their implications. And lastly, to make a recommendation. This, in a nutshell, is what research involves. So, you want to do research. You want to write your project or thesis or dissertation. The first thing is for you to select area of research based on your interest and capacity. Don't select any topic because you want to show off, because you want people to say, yes, you know, just because your friends have done this or that. Please don't do that. Consider your interest, consider your capacity. Some topics require much work, much sacrifices, more sacrifice than some topics. So do not insist that you will do what others have done. Use literature mapping strategy to familiarize with both conceptual and empirical literature. Do you know literature mapping? Literature mapping. You have a topic that you want to write on. You have some papers, including textbooks, including thesis, project, dissertations that you can also use. Before you settle on how the topic will read, try to review as many materials as you can. And in doing that, you can use a table like this. You can have a table like this. Almost the same thing. You write headings. This one can be author, or authors, comma, year, comma, then location. What I mean by this is you have author, you have year of publication, and you have location. That is the place where the research was conducted. Here you have title of the research. Here you have objective or objectives. Here you have methodology. And then you create another column to say findings. If you like, you create another column to say gap and name it gap. After methodology, you can have another column called findings and then another column called gap. So, authors, year, location as one column. Title, another column. Objectives, another column. Methodology, another column. Findings, another column. If you like, you can have another column called gap or gaps. So if you pick one paper, a research paper, if you pick a research paper you can then say, you take the paper, maybe it's a journal article. Are we familiar with journal articles? You take a journal article, you look at the name of the author, assuming it is 1 Alpha, that's the name, Alpha TC, and it was published in 2019, and the work was in Ghana. So you say Alpha 2019, Ghana. You are done with this. What's the title? The title is Effect of Gender-Based Violence on Widespread Divorce in Kumasi region, Ghana state of Ghana. So you now say title, you write the title, Effect of Gender-Based Violence up to the end of the title. What's the objective? The author wanted to know the factors that lead to gender-based violence. He also wanted to know the consequences of gender-based violence. So you write the objectives. Investigate or assess the factors that led to or that cause gender-based violence, for example. You also say maybe investigate, maybe this can be investigation, while this one to assess the effect of gender-based violence up to the end. Then you come to the methodology. What did he use? His population, 100 households in Ghana, in Kumasi, using questionnaire. So you write 100 houses, questionnaire. What did he find? You write the finding, the major finding. Are there gaps in what he has done? Has he left some areas untouched? You indicate. Pick 20 different journal articles, for example, and do same. By the time you are done, you will have become familiar with works done in this area, isn't it? You will have also become familiar with the methodologies used. You will have also become familiar with how to coin a topic, because you have gone through 20 different topics. You have seen how the topics were coined, and you'll be able to come up with your own. You will also be able to identify gaps in the literature. And when you come to do your literature review afterwards, inshallah, it will be very easy for you. So this is what we call literature mapping. Use literature mapping strategy to familiarize with both conceptual and empirical literature in the research area. So you can see the structure of literature mapping. Can you see it? So can you do it now? When you now want to write a paper, or you want to write your project or thesis, can you do this? By the time you are able to do, before you even meet your supervisor, if you meet the supervisor and you speak to him, you give him the topic, you discuss, he will have no option other than to say approve. That's the language in academic, approve. Because you will be able to demonstrate familiarity with the subject matter, and that you not only know the subject matter, but you know many works that have been conducted in that area. This is why it is important to use literature mapping strategy to familiarize with both conceptual and empirical literature. When you do that, you can then go ahead to coin a research topic that is smart. You know smart research topic? A smart research topic is a research topic that is specific, that is measurable, that is attainable or achievable, that is realistic, and that is time-bound. That is what is called smart topic. So when we return from Asr prayer, we will see the kind of things you need to do. One, I will tell you, you have to think like a researcher. And how do you think like a researcher? You will see it. Two, I will also tell you that you have to develop skills in 5 areas. What are the 5 areas? You will see, inshallah. It's after we have done that, then we'll go into chapter 1 and see what do we need to do in chapter 1? What do we need to do in chapter 2? What is expected of us in chapter 3? What about chapter 4 and 5? Before we wrap up with some guiding principles, inshallah al-azim. So we go for Asr prayer.
At-Takbir. At-Takbir. Please, when we come back and Prof is done with his presentation, we take questions. Okay, so we break now for Asr. We break for 15 minutes. Please, we return at... Okay, so thank you. Okay, thank you, Professor. Thank you. So 4:30, okay, we start the 4th session, inshallah. Assalamu alaikum.
Bye-bye. Na yi hijira.
No. Zai fara session. Iya kare haka.
Okay, alhamdulillah, we are welcome back from Asr prayer. So we coin a research topic that is smart, very important. Your research topic should be smart. Okay, next is that you should think like a researcher. Think like a researcher. What do you need to do to think like a researcher? First, understand concepts. If you don't know the concepts you are working on, then what are you doing? Huh? You want to write on gender-based, you don't even know the meaning of gender-based. You've not seen any work on gender-based violence. You are asked, what is gender-based violence? You don't know. Then you are wasting your time. Am I correct? Al-ilmu bil-mustalahat. The mustalahat around your work, you shall be familiar with it. Where a concept has different meanings, or where scholars have arguments, different opinions about a particular concept. You should be able to know that. 2, understand constructs and variables, especially those of us that want their research to be applied in nature. If you want to go to the field and conduct an applied research, then you need to be familiar with constructs and with variables. We'll talk about this later, inshallah, or more about it. 3, understand methodology. Understand methodology. We have spoken about methodology. 4, use critical thinking and logical analysis skills. Use critical thinking and logical analysis skill. Why? On a click, if you want to look for material or information in Google search, on a click or with a click, you will get more than 10,000 materials. Do you need all the 10,000? You don't need. Do you have the luxury of time to open all? It's only critical thinking skills that will help you think. Even from the titles, you will know, yes, this is likely to be relevant. This guy, one and come, let's just keep it aside. Critical thinking skill. When you bring out whatever you need, you would find conflicting statements sometimes, different perspectives, different opinions, contradicting statements. How do you synthesize? How do you reconcile? How do you marry them together? You know, you need critical thinking and logical analysis skills. This is how to think like a researcher. Are you ready to think like researchers? Are you ready? Sisters, are you ready to think like researchers? Excellent. Brothers, I will not ask you, because their answer is your answer. Next, develop skills in 5 areas. You should develop skills in 5 areas. And what are the areas? Clarify the information you are looking for. It's not everything that you should look for. Not everything. Just clarify the information you are looking for. Can you see one torchlight there? Why do you think we put a torchlight there? To shine your eyes or what? Yes? To help you go to a certain direction, to follow a certain direction. I gave example in the morning with a telephone that got missing. Here. And instead of you to concentrate your search around this area, you are looking at that door, looking at this one, and going to that direction. You are not concentrating, isn't it? And you won't get the answer. You will not see it. You have to look around the place that, the likelihood of getting it is high. So you need to be focused. That's why you need torchlight. Think about the best words if you want to search using a search engine like Google search or Yahoo search. Think of the best word. Let's go back to the example we have here. What's the example? It's on gender-based violence. Some students, if they want to conduct research, they take their topic, 5 lines, 4 lines, and type everything in Google search and click find. At the end, it will tell you no document match your search. Or it will display several documents that will not add any value to you. Why? Because you want to kill Google search. So break down your search into keywords. For example, violence. You need to know what violence is. gender-based violence. You need to know that. And since we are talking about among couples, married couples, then you can use another one, gender-based violence among couples. Assuming it is Muslim couples, first look for violence, second look for gender-based violence, third look for gender-based violence among couples, and then fourth, look for gender-based violence among Muslim couples. By the time you do these 4 stages, you will be surprised, you will be amazed by the quality of materials, quality of information you will have. Why do we use that sign? What is that? Pardon? Why did we use it? To help us find, search very well, to see, isn't it? Okay? After doing the search and you have the quality result, what next? What search result should you delve into? Because it has displayed 10,000, it will show you 100 results. 100 results? They want you to age out before you finish reading? Abi? So, you need to decide which one you will open and which one you will discard. And that is why you need a shovel. What do we do with shovel? You dig, separate this from that. Separate this from that. Or you mix, and then you take what you want out of the mixture. That is why we use a shovel. Next, after deciding on what to read and what to open, evaluate each of what you have selected to know whether it offers the information you need or not. And that's why you have a scale. Because with a scale, you will be able to evaluate. You will critique what you have generated from Google search or any search machine. And finally, you go into writing. By citing appropriately, if it requires quotation mark, you write. If it does not, no problem. And then you should stay organized by documenting critically what you have. And that's why I have a notebook for you, so that you don't forget. Jot down the important information. That is the kind of skill you need. So develop skills in these 5 areas. In clarifying the information you are looking for, in deciding on the best words, keywords to use into or to type into a search machine, by deciding on what information to delve into, by evaluating the information to know whether it offers the kind of information you are looking for, and by citing appropriately and staying organized. Skills. 5 skills in 5 areas. A typical academic research work comprises 5 components. It does not matter whether in your institution you have 5 chapters or 6 chapters or 7 chapters or 4 chapters. It doesn't matter. What is important is for you to know that even if it is 7 chapters, when you put them together, you will see that it is 5 components. So a typical academic research work comprises 5 components. Number 1, introduction. 2, literature review. 3, methodology. 4, data analysis. And 5, conclusion and references. Sister, did you write a project? You. How many chapters? 5. The name, the title of the chapters, is it the same with this? Okay, what's the difference? It's the same thing. Discussing the result is still after you have analyzed the data that you discuss it, isn't it? Sister, did you write project? How many chapters? And is it different from this? Okay. Brother, did you write project? How many chapters? And is it the same with this? Okay. So you find that even if it is not, for example, in Faculty of Law, it is common in Faculty of Law in some universities, including my own university in Zaria, that they have 6 chapters. In some cases, 7 chapters. But when you put everything together, you will find that it's not more than these 5 components. So it does not matter whether it is 4 chapters or 5 chapters, 6 chapters or 7 chapters. Just understand that these are the main components of a typical research work. Okay? The above format or structure is not sacrosanct. It depends on the required format of a journal, if it's a journal. Publisher, if it's a journal and the publisher is different from the owner of the journal. Researcher's choice, your own choice. Or guidelines given to you by your university. So if the university says it is 6 chapters, make it 6. 7 chapters, make it 7. 4 chapters, make it 4. But just always remember that it is not more than, the information, the kind of information required of you, or the information required of you is not, more than this. Empirical or applied research require all the above elements irrespective of the format used. In an applied research, because you need a chapter on introduction, on literature review, on methodology, on data analysis, and on conclusion and your references. But in a conceptual paper, or a literature review, or literature survey, or a content analysis paper, or an archival research, or image-based research, or maybe content analysis, or trend analysis, you may not need up to 5 chapters. More especially if it is basic research. You may need only 3 or 4. So we start with introduction. What do we need to do in introduction? We write a background. Background to the study or background of the study? Which one did you write, sister? Under your introduction. Do you have something like background? Is it background to the study or background of the study? Which one did you write in your own? Yeah, what I mean, the title, the subheading, the heading. Is it background to the study or background of the study? Which one did you write during your own? Of the study, okay? So it's the same. Even though in research, they have some differences, little differences, but it's basically the same. Of and to. The essence of a background to the study is to warm up the topic and bring knowledge to its current form. This is its current position. It's very important. You cannot be writing on a topic and only for us to see you stopping at, 10 years ago. What happened after 10 years? Except, of course, if it's a topic that does not involve developmental stages. If it's that kind of topic, then your work is on a particular theory, and the theory was developed 50 years ago. You cannot go beyond that theory, but still, when you come to review the literature, you will see that some studies have been conducted very recently on the same theory. So why don't you indicate? Why don't you show? Why don't you show where knowledge stops as far as that topic is concerned? So that's the essence of a background. Again, you need to state the research problem. You also need to develop specific research questions and state actionable and active objectives. This is very important under objectives. Many supervisors will write objectives that are not actionable or that are not measurable, that are not quantifiable. When you say you want to assess, we know what assessment means. Evaluate, we know. Investigate, examine, find out. These are testable, measurable, actionable. We know them. But when you say to comprehend, who will measure? How can we measure comprehension? What constitutes comprehension? We don't know. So one of the objectives is to comprehend. How do we comprehend? Can we measure comprehension? We cannot. And that's why we mention actionable and active objectives. And where relevant, you state hypothesis. If it's not relevant, you do away with hypothesis. Show the importance and state the scope of the study. In any research, you need to show us the importance, the relevance of that research. The relevance or the importance of that research. Otherwise, we would not appreciate why you even take the trouble of carrying out that research. So it's only when you are able to convince the reader that this research has a contribution to make. This research maybe has practical implication, it has theoretical contribution, and that's when we begin to appreciate the beauty and the quality of the research. Okay? Then literature review. Review relevant conceptual, theoretical, and empirical literature. Review relevant conceptual, theoretical, and empirical literature. What is literature review? This definition is about literature review. I got it from Criswell, 2005, page 79, even though not directly, that's not direct quotation, but most of the keywords there are from his definition. That's why I cited him in that order. Here, I tried to mention what literature review does, and then the benefits or importance of literature review. These are the sources of literature review. We have what is called primary sources, then secondary sources, and tertiary sources of literature. So if you want to review literature, you can look at these sources. If you get materials or information from these sources, then you know that you are in the right direction. Depending on the type of research, the structure of a literature review may have 4 components. I've explained this earlier: introduction, conceptualization, theoretical literature, and review of empirical literature. These are the main components of a literature review. I've explained this earlier. When you want to develop your literature review, you need to do planning. You need to conduct a research. You need to analyze the information by synthesizing after analyzing. And you need to draft down the literature reviewed. And finally, you need to revise before you send it or submit it to your supervisor. These explanations are very clear. When you get the slides, you'll just read. It is important to note that literature review is not a descriptive list or summaries of articles, books, and other resources that cover a subject matter or an exhaustive bibliography on everything ever written on it. Rather, it is a systematic, selective, and critical review of previous works. So do not think that literature review is about compilation, whereby you say, XYZ said this, XMS said this guy said that, that woman said that. So what? Are you a compiler? We want to see you in the review. We want to see you in the review. And how do we see you? By adding your voice to the discussion. When you say so-so man said this, so-so woman said that, then you make a statement to show that you agree with them or you have a different opinion, or that what they said is partially okay, but if we look at it from this angle, we'll see that we need to do more. Something like that. Otherwise, instead of literature reviewing, you will do literature viewing. Instead of review, you will do view. Are you a literature viewer or a literature reviewer? What are you? Who are you? Viewer or reviewer? You are a viewer? Nas'alullah salamata wal afiyata. How can you be a literature viewer? Meaning you are a compiler. You are just a compiler. You should be a literature reviewer. Literature reviewer. That's what you should be. The following search engines will be of help in gathering materials for literature review, irrespective of the language, whether you want it in Arabic or you want it in English or French. These search engines are useful and helpful. We have Google search, DuckDuckGo search, Bing search, Dogpile search, Google Scholar search, Webopedia, not Wikipedia, Webopedia search, and Yahoo search. These are 7 very helpful, useful search engines that you can use. And those are the link to the website. Should we continue?
Alaikum.
Good.
Please, I want to ask a question.
Now.
Please, sometimes in searching for these articles or journals or previous works, some of them are not very easily accessible unless you are a lecturer or doing your PhD or master. Maybe some of them are even being sold. They are not free. You have to pay for them. So are there any sites you can go to access this kind of documents for free?
All these search engines are helpful because they will bring out various materials. Of the 50 articles displayed by Bing search, maybe only 10 will be locked, 10 for sale, but the remaining 40 are free. Can't you use the 40 that are free? Must you go for the locked one? That is one. 2, where you have to go for it. In some instances, there will be a room for you to make a request directly to the author. Especially, I think ResearchGate has that option. You will see request, make a request. So you can send a request. I have received many requests. And I've responded by sending the article to them or giving them access. You can do that, and many people are willing to share with you the article. If that did not work, and you think you badly need it, then you should buy. Wannan matan suna da kuɗi. They have money. So you should buy. You should buy. Saboda Allah, don't you have the money to buy? Fi sabilillahi. Don't look them. Just tell me. Okay. Where you cannot afford it and you can access it through your school library or through your database or through your subscribed web-based repositories, then you go through that process and get it. If you cannot get it and you need it, and you need it badly, which I don't think so, then you go the other way. You go the other way. What is that other way? That other way is the way we don't want you to go. But because you cannot get that information after following due process, exploring all options, then it's just like you being offered a job and someone somewhere hide your file or refuse to release your file. And you get to know that this man is with your file. And you did everything humanly possible to get it released, and it's not. Anybody you meet, no one is willing to assist you. What then do you do? In order for your right to come, what do you do? If it means paying bribe in that kind of extreme situation or condition, you can pay a bribe and you are not blameworthy from the viewpoint of Sharia. You've not committed any sin. To the extent of the necessity for you to do that, when you do it, you are blameless, not blameworthy. You are blameless. I'm not saying it is recommended, mustahab. I'm saying it is permissible. It's only permissibility. To the extent that you will get what belongs to you, what rightfully belongs to you, or is due to you. Someone posted information, and you need that information. There is no way you can reach the person. You don't have money to buy. You don't have anybody to help you buy. Your school doesn't have that as part of its repositories. What else do you do? But I said it is only in very rare cases that you will reach that situation. Otherwise, if you leave that one, you will still find another one that is closer, similar, that is similar or even better than the one you think you need badly. So, you don't have money. Your school does not have subscription. You need that. In some cases, a supervisor can even tell you, you must go and review social work. And you look for that work, you cannot find it anywhere, and the supervisor doesn't have it. Or he has it and is not willing to give you. And it's not in the library. It's not free for download or even for reading. So what do? In the same way, you will bribe the person who refuses to release your file to be documented and start work after being employed, because the file goes to his table and he feels he can do and undo. The same thing from the eyes of the Sharia, you are not blameworthy if you bribe your way, the same way if you go unethical to find the information. And the best place to go to find such information is Science Hub. You go to Science Hub. If you are very lucky, you'll get the information free of charge. Because Science Hub is like a revolution, or is a kind of revolt against these databases that always hide or that indicate or insist that payment has to be made before information is released. When you go to Science Hub, if you have the website address or the link of that paper, or the DOI link of that paper, either DOI or HTTP of that paper, when you take it to Science Hub, put it there, and click open, 80% of such papers will open. Automatically they will open. And then you make use of them. But I said, this is when it becomes necessary. Because it's unethical, it's like you are infringing what is called copyright, which is really, not proper, even from the Sharia point of view. But as I said, if it gets to the point of no return, then in that case, you can go to Science Hub. Just go to Google, type SCI space HUB. Click, you will see Science Hub. Click on the link to Science Hub, and it will take you to the website. But before you go to Science Hub, look for the DOI address of the paper or the HTTP address of the paper. Just copy the link, paste it there, click open, say Bismillah, it will open. But you know I gave conditions. Don't go and quote me. Now,
Prof, on the literature review.
Now,
you quoted, you said in the slide that secondary, this is primary sources of literature.
I didn't hear you.
Journals.
Okay.
Journals. Are they primary sources?
Let's go back to the slide.
Yeah,
This slide.
This one.
Yes. I mentioned primary sources. And I said journal. I am not talking about data here. I say sources of literature review. I didn't say data.
Okay.
Do you understand? This is literature review, it's not data. Okay. So when you want to review literature, the main literature that supervisors want you to review is this, the primary source. Journal articles and journal reviews, textbooks and monographs, conference papers, thesis and dissertation, trade publications and statistical indexes, some government documents. These are the primary source of literature that you can review. But again, you can review research reports. Research reports are not, completely academic. And they don't follow the procedure of rigorous or thorough academic writing. But they are also a source of literature. Newspaper, you will not see citation, you will not see references, isn't it? That's why we say it's a secondary source. You can still review and make reference to the paper. But it's not a primary. So when we see you review more of newspaper than journal articles, we know you're a lazy researcher or you are copying the work of another person. Except if your work is in communication or language. Maybe you want to do, for example, not even language or communication, even political science. Your work is on, let's propose a title. Prevalence. Analysis of prevalence, or maybe analysis of hate speech prevalence among columnists, newspaper columnists in Ghana. What did I say? Analysis or analysis of hate speech prevalence among newspaper columnists in Ghana. Is this topic okay for research? Is it okay? Can it be accepted for a master's or PhD? It can be accepted. Don't forget, you said your interest is columnist, newspaper columnist. Isn't it? What is your data now? Newspapers, you don't have any data other than newspaper. Any other journal article you are reviewing is just literature. But when it comes to data collection, you go to newspapers. Go to columnists. Read this today. You take like 5 journals, 5 newspapers. Read this one, extract information relating to hate speech. If you don't find any, go to the next day. Like that for a period of 1 month, 2 months, 5 months, depending on availability of these newspapers and how you want the research to be. You understand? So newspaper can be a source of data. But when it comes to literature review, we categorize it under secondary source because it's not as strong as journal. In journal, you have the author, you have the name, you have the publication, you have the publisher, you have you have references, you also have maybe index and impact factor in terms of grading or scaling of the paper. But in newspaper, it's not so. Anybody can write and anybody can abuse, anybody can say this or that and so on. So, but you can still quote because there are instances whereby it's only newspaper that will give you the information you're looking for. Mr. President of Ghana make a statement in the presence of journalists. They publish it in their newspaper. You want to quote Mr. President because the statement is important. You don't have a copy of his press statement. Where do you go to get it? Newspaper. In that case, no journal article will give you that information. Will any journal article give you? If it's going to give you, it may be after so many years. Maybe you will even be the one to give, because you will be probably the first one to include that statement in the journal. I mean, in your paper. And when it is published in a journal, other people will quote you or will cite you. So that is it. Now.
Assalamu alaikum, Prof.
Alaikum assalam.
Please, I want further elaboration on research problem or statement of the problem.
Yeah.
Because during my undergrads, but I wrote it about several times with my colleagues. I mean, we're having problem with writing research problem.
Yeah.
And we find it difficult to differentiate from the background to the study. So we want elaboration on that. Thank you.
Okay. A research problem or a statement of the research problem or problem of the research or problem statement is a statement that shows the problem you want to investigate. The easiest way to find a problem, is to use a four-stage filter. Four-stage filter. First, what is the ideal? What is the ideal? 2, what is the reality now? We know what is supposed to be the ideal, but we know what is now currently happening. So when you now look at the reality on ground, vis-a-vis the ideal, the difference between the reality and the ideal is what constitutes a problem. Let me see if we can give a hypothetical example. Prevalent. We mentioned the issue of analysis of hate speech prevalence among newspaper columnists in Ghana, for example. What is the problem of the statement? What is the ideal? Newspapers are supposed to guide people, are supposed to be a source of information that will serve as guidance, as entertainment, as enlightenment. That's what it should be. Columnists are carefully chosen because of the power of their pen. The power of their pen. They are carefully chosen because of the power of their pen to write on topical issues. As columnists, they know that they have a wide readership, and the readership is depending on them for guidance and for, direction. This is the ideal. But what we see or read today is different. Some columnists, due to political differences, they make issues out of no issues. Due to religious differences, they abuse, they spread hate speeches. They spread messages of hate in their columns. This is the ideal. This is the reality. And the first one is the ideal. So the difference between the ideal and the reality is what constitutes the problem. So what then is the problem? Perhaps because the good columnists have gone, or that columnists are not being paid well, so they can be manipulated by politicians or other people, or that people are not well informed about the importance of national cohesion, national unity, and the rest. These are some of the differences you can outline between the ideal and the reality. When you get the difference between the ideal and the reality, the next thing is to problematize that this problem, if not addressed, what can it lead to? It can lead to national disintegration. It can lead to religious crisis, inter and intra-religious crisis. It can use to political riots. And the next generation will have nothing, nothing morally to rely on. So if it's not addressed, it will lead to so many ills. Now that is the problem. But it's not enough. Was there any effort by people before you to address this problem? That is where you now begin to talk about people who have conducted research in that area. Have they exhausted everything? If they have exhausted, then you have no business going into that research. But if you are able to identify gaps in what they have done, either theoretical gap or practical gap or methodological gap, then you know you can add something. And you can now see the importance of literature mapping. Because it is from the literature mapping you can easily identify gaps in their studies. So when you state the reality, the ideal, and state the reality, and take the difference, problematize it, try to show the contributions made by earlier researchers and the aspect they have left untouched, then you will say, since they have left these areas untouched, your research is going to fill those gaps. You have your statement of the problem. Is that clear? So first stage, reality, ideal, the difference and how it becomes a problem, and then contributions made by earlier scholars and the gaps they left. That's all. You have a problem. Now,
you mentioned document analysis and archival analysis.
Now,
if you can give the distinction between the two.
We'll get to that, inshallah. Okay, let's make progress. So, these are some search machines or search engines, as I mentioned. Google search, DuckDuckGo search, Bing search, Dogpile search, Google Scholar search, Webopedia search, and Yahoo search. Methodology. After a literature review, explain in details the methodology used or proposed for the research. Because at proposal level, you are proposing the methodology you intend to use, isn't it? If you have passed the stage of proposal, you are reporting the methodology you used. Focus on research design and philosophical approaches, population and sampling, data collection, and methods of analysis. Let's see the dimensions. Research design, we said it can be survey or exploratory or descriptive or causal, and it can be experimental or non-experimental. We have explained this. The approach can be inductive or deductive, and based on whether it is inductive or deductive, it could be qualitative or quantitative. In terms of subject, it could be human or non-human. And under the subject, you are interested in the size. What's the size of your population? The original population, what is it? Kumasi. Households in Kumasi. How many households? Thousands, isn't it? Can you study all the thousands houses? It's not possible. So you need a size. And this sample size can be arrived at using either Morgan's table or using other tables. There are some tables that have been developed by scholars that will help you know if you have so-so number of population, this is what you will use as the sample size. However, there are some statistical formulae that you can use to arrive at the sample size. When you have the sample size, assuming from 500 household, the sample size is 70. Then which household will you take and which household will you leave? Bias will come in, isn't it? That's why you need sampling. So you need sampling technique, especially the scientific-based sampling techniques, to pick the 70 household from 500. We don't have time. I would have demonstrated a few, some ways to arrive at size and to use and how to use sampling technique, but we no longer have time. Data, primary, secondary. Whether primary, secondary, when you have primary data or secondary data, remember, as we explained earlier, that there is the issue of cross-sectional data, longitudinal data, and panel data. Did I mention this? Okay. The method of analysis, it can be parametric or non-parametric. I've also explained this. But I would have loved to explain further, if not for time constraint. But then it's important to remember that there are factors to consider in choosing research dimension. The field of study, nature of the research, type of data to be used, nature of data to be analyzed, research questions to be answered, and research objectives to be achieved. This should guide your choice of whether you want to do survey or exploratory research design or descriptive or causal. Whether you will do experimental or non-experimental. Whether your approach should be inductive or deductive, and whether you will use quantitative or qualitative data or approach to analysis. The nature of the research, type of data, nature of data, research questions or research objectives should determine the type of data to be collected and the technique of data analysis or method of data analysis. So they are not just taken by hunch or based on your own subjectivity or convenience, but based on certain criteria, most of which we have explained. Some types of qualitative research approach are: one, ethnography, phenomenology, grounded theory, narrative analysis, content analysis, and finally, discourse analysis. I have briefly described what each of these type of qualitative research approach is all about. I would have loved to have the time to explain further, but you have to make do with what is available right now. In some areas of arts and languages, the following designs and/or approaches may be considered. Historical design, to study history and development. Thematic design, to study specific thematic issues or topic. Textual design, to study and interpret texts using linguistic analysis and harmoniousship analysis, whereby you look at how it has been explained or how interaction takes place and the value of differences in linguistic differences, because you are looking at the text. You take a book like tahqiq. You take the book. If you take a book and are doing tahqiq, especially in Arabic, because there are some words that you see, sinun and sadun can all be used. So, but there is what is called afsah. So you now indicate as part of your contribution to the review that this is afsahu, than the other. In terms of dabt, whether it is Sa'idi or Sa'adi, Nasiruddin, Nasir Sa'adi or Nasir Sa'idi, it is all agreed that Sa'idi is better, but Sa'adi is more popular. Like Ibn al-Musayyib and Ibn al-Musayyab, Kasra and Fatah are all accepted because it's not the issue, it's not about the issue of grammar, it's about the issue of name. In Arabic or among Arabs, they say Musayyib and they also say Musayyab as name. So, but which one is Afsahu? It can be part of your contribution to find out, to dig down, dig deep to know which one is Afsa. Like that. These are part of textual analysis. In some cases, you will see Fa'un in one nuskha and Wa'un in another nuskha. Part of your contribution in that review is to show which one is correct or which one is more correct. Because sometimes Wa'un and Fa'un may both be correct, but one may be better. In some cases, it is Fa'un, not Wa'un. In some cases, Wa'un, not Fa'un. As I mean an addendum or as, what do you call it? As ataf. Because this one may be a consequential ataf and the other one may be generic ataf. So sometimes you can use either. In some cases, Wa'un is better. In some cases, Fa'un is better. Part of the review, your contribution could be to look at all that. As I mentioned, Sinun and Sadun. And that is why even in the recitation of the Quran, you see that Kumbul, the riwayah of Kumbul on Ihdina Sirat, it is Sinun. Wa inda siratin fasiratu liqumbula bihaythu ata wasad zayan ashimuha lada khalafin washmum li khalladi lawala. So when it comes to Fatihatul Kitabi, for example, you look at that. To Khalaf, to Kumbul, wherever you see Sirat, Ihdina Sirat al-Mustaqim with Sadun, he recites it with Sinun. Sinun, not Sadun. Anywhere it comes in the Quran, Sirat. Bihaythu ata. Wasad, Zayan, Ashimmuha lada Khalafin. The same Ihdina Sirat. To Khalaf, it is Zira. Ihdina Zirat al-Mustaqim. Zirat al-ladhina an'amta alayhim. غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. So it is Sadun Zayun Ashumuha. But Washimul Khalladi Lawala. For Khallad, it is only the first Sirat in Fatiha that he do Ishmam from Sadun to Zayun. So you will see this kind of difference. So part of the tahqiq could be to, well, for this one it is okay, no any tahqiq, because it is about riwayat, it's about the recitation. You cannot do any tahqiq, say this is better than the other. They all have their roots authenticated, so there is no problem. Or maybe you take like, وَيْلٌ لِكُلِّ هُمَزَةٍ لُمَزَةٍ الَّذِي جَمَعَ مَالًا وَعَدَّدَ يَحْسِبُ أَنَّ مَالَهُ أَخْلَدَ كلا لينبذن في الحطمة وما أدريك وما أدراك ما الحطمة نار الله الموقدة التي تطلع على الأفئدة على الأفئدة إنها عليهم موصدة في عمد ممددة في عمود ممددة. So like that. Now you can see it is you cannot do tahqiq on this. Can you do tahqiq on this? No, because you are dealing with qira'ah, with ruwaya. So no need for tahqiq because they are all authentic. But come to think of ahadith, because they are ruwaya from the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and sometimes some sahaba do ruwaya bil ma'na. But even ruwaya without ma'ana ruwaya bil lafzi, you will see some, differences in the wordings. For example, innamal a'malu bin niyat wa innama likulli imri'in ma nawa. Innamal a'malu bin niyati wa innama likulli imri'in ma nawa. Which one is better? All are correct. All of them. Linguistically and hadistically. They are all authentic. But there are instances whereby the wordings, they will tell you, if you look at Al-Imam al-Nawawi rahimahullah ta'ala, you will see in his Al-Majmu', Sharh al-Muhadhab, when he comes to an issue, sometimes he will say, it is this, but this is afsahu. And it's the same with many, shurrah of books. So in these kind of things, textual design help us to look at that. It looks at linguistic analysis and hermeneutics, how it is being used in the context or culture of the people to whom the book was originally written. And the socio-cultural background of an author influences his writing in most cases. Even Islamic books. It influences. Why? And that is why you will see some fatwa that you cannot use. Not because they are not fatwa by scholars, but because they are not applicable to your own context. In Saudi Arabia, scholars will issue fatwa and say it is haram for a woman to drive. In Nigeria, if a woman does not drive, she will be battling, squeezing herself and her body with men, struggling to enter commercial vehicle. Which one is a lesser evil? To drive or to squeeze her body? To drive. So you can see that fatwa, we are not disputing that it was issued by scholars, but we can't use it because it doesn't work for us. I mean, if the intention of issuing that fatwa is to guard against ikhtilat, then when you bring that fatwa in Ghana, that is where you will have more ikhtilat, isn't it? Which means al-hukmu yaduru ma illatihi wujudan wa adama. So where the hukum, the illatul hukum, in the context of their fatwa is about ikhtilat bain al-jinsaini. And we know in our own context in Ghana or in Nigeria or in Niger Republic or Chad or Cameroon, if women are not allowed to drive, they will be struggling and squeezing their body. Isn't it? With men in commercial vehicle. And we know the principle of irtikabu akhafu dharraini. So it is a lesser evil for a woman to drive. And it is far better than for her to join commercial vehicle if she has the opportunity of driving. Because even driving is not for all. It's not for all. Is it for all? It's not free for all. It's only when she has a car or the husband has a car or the father has a car and he is willing to give her to drive. But it is better than for her to be squeezing her body. So you can see the fatwa was issued by great scholars of our time, but we can use those fatwa because they do not belong to us. They don't apply to us. The intent of the fatwa will be defeated in our own context. Isn't it? So, it means socio-cultural. No, it has not been reviewed by scholars. If the government said this, it's not reviewed by scholars. The fatwa is still there. But it's the government that is making a policy against the fatwa of the people. And for us, the policy is more realistic. Even if in their own context it's okay, for us, with or without the review of the policy, we are not following that fatwa. Because we can't follow it. Because it's not in line with the intent of Sharia in our own context. One of the intent of Sharia regarding men and women is not to have ikhtilat, intermingling. Not driving will increase the number of cases of intermingling. Then we cannot use that fatwa. With due respect to them, we can still use it. So this is reality. So textual design is very important, especially for people in languages and in communication. They need to understand this textual design, and they can do a lot of work. And they are called empirical work. They are not just contextual work, because they will take a book and the book is their data. And they do a lot of work analyzing the text. We have this brother in Zaria, Dr. Jamil Yusuf Zarewa. He specialized in Maqasid al-Sharia. His thesis, PhD thesis, was an examination of Maqasid al-Sharia in the perspective or in the perception of, or maybe we say Nasr al-Sa'idi's perception of Maqasid al-Sharia. So he went through the works of Nasr al-Sa'idi, tafsir, his fiqh books, his usul, and he was able to extract the maqasid he was able, Nasr al-Sa'idi, identified for, in the abwab, chapters of ibadah, chapters of mu'amalat, and the rest. And that was a big contribution. And it was on the basis of this work that he was awarded a doctorate. So you can do a lot. My problem always is, especially our brothers in Islamiyat, they think they will keep on writing about the importance of zakah and will be earning degree. If I'm the supervisor, I will not give you any degree. If you are unlucky, I was invited to examine you, then your work is dead on arrival. What new thing are you going to write on Salat? Do you have anything new? Anything new? What about zakah? Anything new? But you can write something meaningful. Try to see the influence or impact of Salah on Muslim women in Ghana. By the time you conduct that kind of research, scholars and students of knowledge will benefit from the result, because you'll see some of the reasons why women are not praying, or the effect, the impact of Salah on women in Ghana and the rest. This kind of applied research, we need many or more and more of it in Islamiyat and in some arts, in many arts, disciplines. But to always write, you just sit down on your table, you sit on on a chair, on a desk, and you just bring Bulugh al-Maram, you copy a hadith, you take Kitab al-Salah, you copy, you take Risala, you copy a compiler. And you want to be given a degree? For what? What have you done? Compiler. Literature viewer. You are just viewing literature instead of reviewing. We want you to review, not to view. I viewing. I can view. We want you to review. Review. Don't view. Review. In Arabic, when they come to literature review, how do they put it? Drasatun Sabika or Drasatun Sabika, isn't it? And you see them writing, so person did this, however, he missed this. So person did this, but we can look at it from, this is what we want. But you compile, you copy and paste, you cut and cast, you cut, copy, you cut, paste, abba. No more copy and paste. Comparative design to compare and contrast different aspects of a subject. And finally, doctrinal, especially for the lawyers. This is what they do, legal research. They do it, or it can be done with a view to analyzing case law, statutes, and other legal sources by applying the reasoning power. So these are some of the designs that can be used by people in arts and languages. Now, archival research is another form of research that is more or less, that embraces more or less content analysis, material analysis, textual analysis, and the rest. And because it is very important, especially for people in languages and in some areas of arts, I decided to also prepare a slide for it. So archival. And this is how it is. You can do qualitative or quantitative research using archival methods. For quantitative, you will be interested in patterns and trends, so trend analysis as part of archival. Like the enrollment we talk about, pupils' enrollment. you can use that trend analysis of it, and it's part of archival. For qualitative, you can do what is called document analysis. So, brother, based on your question, document analysis is just one type of archival. You understand? Archival is the umbrella. Document analysis is one of it. Content analysis is another. Discourse analysis is another. Thematic analysis, photographic analysis, and artifacts analysis. You can do analysis for a whole PhD on artifacts. Just take some artifacts, either in the museum or in the entrance of the palace, or government house, or a university, and you see, like in my university, the artifact there, shows Sardona, the person that established the university, the late premier of the late Northern Premier, and some writings, Al-Ilmunur, with a book, with a pen, and some things like that. That alone can give someone a PhD. Someone can write on that, showing by analyzing the kind of knowledge the messages contain. The messages contain, the imports of the artifacts. You can write, do a lot of content analysis and earn a PhD on that. So all this belong to archival research. I wish we have time to go to look at this one after the other, even if it is briefly. We would have many things to cover. And I can see Malam Bashir looking at me. So Malam Bashir, as you look at me, look at the other side, so that it will not be that I'm the only one you are looking. Data analysis or discussion of findings. Whatever you name it, it doesn't matter. In this case, you should present and analyze the data if it is if your work involves data collection, using the appropriate techniques and tools specified under methodology. Answer the research questions or test the hypothesis formulated and discuss the implications of the results. Then you write your conclusion depending on the research guidelines, because you should always remember your institution's guidelines. Your institution's guidelines. The explanation we gave, is relevant anywhere. But in terms of structure and formatting, you have to be guided by the school guidelines. Okay? So you summarize the research findings, you write conclusion, and you make recommendations. You should draw up an all-inclusive references. There should be no ghost citations. Ghost citation. Do you know ghost citation? You know ghost citation? What is ghost citation? What is ghost citation? What is a ghost citation? You cite in the work. We go to the references, we cannot find it. So it is a ghost citation. No. So there should be no ghost citation, please. A good research work has the following qualities. We don't have to go to them or through them because they are self-explanatory. When you get the slides, you will see them. Your research work should have the quality of finer. Finer. What is finer? Feasible, interesting, novel, ethical, and relevant. Finer. It should also have it should be focused. It should be evidence-based, it should be coherent, and it should be correct. There should be correctness. When you read, it's self-explanatory, you will see it. Some guiding principles. Tawheed, we are Muslims, so we should be guided by our paradigm. Taqwa, whatever you do, remember it is the best thing. But taqwa, it means imtithalul awamiri wa ijtinabun nawahi. Doing what you are asked to do and keeping away from what you are asked to refrain. Adl and ihsan, you should be fair, you should be just, and there should be goodness in what you do. Seeking knowledge for the benefit of humanity. Yours is kuntum khayra ummatin ukhrijat lin-nasi. Khayrun nasi anfa'uhum lin-nasi. That should be your motivation. Consideration of maqasid al-sharia. You should know that what you do has a lot of implication, or maqasid al-sharia has a very important role to play in your research. Seeking multiple sources of evidence, and it is careful interpretation. Don't try it until you read. When you read, try to understand before you write. Respect for diversity, humility, and finally, ethical considerations. Having talked about ethical considerations, let us quickly go into ethics, Malam Bashir. Or do you want us to stop? No.
Up to 9.
9 a.m. Malam Bashir, sorry for you. And this is heavily loaded, but we will try to make it snappy. What is ethics? What is research ethics? Ethical concerns in research, ethical frameworks in research methodology, what is and what is not plagiarism, how to avoid plagiarism, ethics for Muslim researchers. This is the definition of ethics. When you get the slides, you read, no problem, you will understand, inshallah. The Dictionary of Sociology defined research ethics as the application of moral rules and professional codes of conduct to the collection, analysis, reporting, and publication of information about research subjects. These are some ethical concerns: fabrication and falsification or fraud in the course of conducting research. For example, someone will cite an author or a work that he has never seen. He will write something. If the supervisor say, put source, he will go and get one name and put there. Falsification. Sometimes someone will prepare a questionnaire and then fill the questionnaire in the comfort of his or her room and bring it fabrication. And that person has forgotten that the Prophet ﷺ has said, "Man gashana." Compromise due to financial issues and sponsorship. Violating the principle of do good and do no harm. In Islam, it is important that whatever you do, try to do maximum good and try to make sure you do not cause harm. La darara wa la dirara. And then the issue of plagiarism. As far as ethical frameworks are concerned, we can identify virtual ethics, ethics that you develop and inculcate personally. Then utilitarian ethics, ethics that you now look at the consequences of what you do. To what extent can you say what you do is good, what you did is good, what's the repercussion if it's not good, and the rest. And then we have the ontological ethics that is usually formal and it is institutional. When you read the slide, you will see the information there, very easy to digest. This is just an example of how to deal with ethical concerns in research. You identify ethical concerns. You use personal ethics to recognize an ethical concern. Then you analyze options. Do you do it? Do you leave it? Do you run away? Do you advise? What do? You do this by considering all good and all bad consequences associated with it. And finally, you make an ethical decision by choosing best option after weighing the consequences. Now, you are supposed to observe this as part of the framework. When you get the slides, you read, you will understand, inshallah. Now, plagiarism. We said the word plagiarism comes from the Latin plagiarius, meaning kidnapper. So if you are doing plagiarism, you are a kidnapper. Very serious. See Encyclopedia Britannica and Oxford English Dictionary. This means that since plagiarism is theft of intellectual property, plagiarizers used to take intellectual property the way thieves used to take physical property. So both of them are thieves. Baraini. There are about 6 or 7 types of plagiarism. We identified verbatim, that's copy and paste, mosaic, word patching. They will just be changing words. Amafa Abudeni is the same thing, not the same thing. Then there's copycat. Copycat. They are paraphrasing but they are just changing the position of the words. They are just changing. They take this and put it, you know. Aha. Then there is the self-plagiarism. Self-plagiarism or duplication. And then cyber, that has to do with the internet and image. Even if this image, you download an image, you include it in your work, you need to show the source. It's not your own. Show the source. Show the source of the image. This is the source of my own, so that I will not be accused of plagiarism. Dhammi, IK, and Hack R 2016. So if you like, you can cut it. I don't mind. That's okay. When you cite, you are okay. Cite and cite appropriately after paraphrasing or after using quotation mark. But there are instances whereby citation is not even required. When you use your own words to form a sentence, do you need to cite yourself? No. When you use something that is common knowledge, something that is of common knowledge, do you need to cite? For example, in Nigeria, you write in your work, Muhammad Buhari is the president of Nigeria. Then you want to cite. Who are you citing? It's common knowledge. Do you need to cite? You don't need to cite because it is common knowledge. You understand? So whatever is common knowledge, no need for citation. Okay? You cut, you paraphrase, you summarize to avoid plagiarism. Cite appropriately using reference management software such as Mendeley, EndNote, and ProQuest Flow. You can check, detect, and correct drafts before submission to avoid plagiarism by using plagiarism detection software with preference for Turnitin. You know Turnitin? Turnitin la yugadiru sagiratan wala kabira. But it is it is a very, you know, how do I put it? Notorious. Notorious. Anything, even what it should not touch, it will touch. Very cruel. Yeah, very cruel. That's it. With preference for Turnitin, plagiarism detection software, or Grammarly, plagiarism checker. You know, this Grammarly is not as efficient as Turnitin, but it has its own additional merit because it not only detects plagiarism, but also help you in correcting your grammatical errors. So it does two in one. Yeah, it contributes to your grammar correction. Okay. Grammar error correction. These two, Turnitin and Grammarly, are followed by any other software such as Duplichecker, CopyLeaks, Paparata or Paperata, Plagiarisma, Plagiarism Checker, Plagium, PlagScan, PlagTracker, QTex, and Plagiarism Hunt. All these are free. You can use them, but they will not give you everything you need. Because, you know, they said, Kullu rakhisin galun. Kullu rakhisin gal. Okay. These are some ethics for Muslim researchers. Sincerity, honesty, and integrity. Fair knowledge of the subject matter. Being critical. By critical, we don't mean you criticize. We have explained this. So you critique. And independent. You should be independent. Fairness and transparency. Commitment to excellence. In Allah Ta'ala yuhibbu idha amila ahadukum amalan an yutqinah. Confidentiality and privacy to the extent that it will not compromise security and safety. Accountability, social responsibility. These are some of the ethics that Muslim researchers should uphold and adhere to. And this is where I will stop. The remaining parts of the presentation, some thoughts on sharing research output, I mentioned earlier. In the morning, I said, even if you are not able to take it, no problem. But it will still be part of what will be shared, inshallah. And it's self-explanatory. It's just about how to, utilize your research outputs. So just what it is, what you can do to share it, choosing outlet for publication, and what you need to consider before you send your paper for publication. And then how to use, or rather information about Scopus, index journals, what it is, what it has, its merits, and the rest. So these are just what I have, and then I've said thank you for listening. Wa subhanaka Allahumma bihamdika ashhadu an la ilaha illa anta astaghfiruka wa atubu ilayk.
At-Takbir. At-Takbir. Jazakumullahu khair, Professor Dogarawa, for the wonderful sessions. May Allah bless you abundantly. I have a couple of announcements to make. Okay, so tomorrow's session, before the session, we will do the recap thing. And group Umar is starting tomorrow. Sorry. Group Abakar started today. So Group Umar is starting tomorrow. So Group Umar, so you are supposed to review overview of research. Then Group Uthman will follow. So Group Uthman will do research paradigm and research methodology. Group Ali will do literature review. And Group Abu Bakr will review ethical issues for Muslim researchers and some thoughts on sharing research output. Okay, so our rep is saying we didn't discuss it, so we can take out the last point. So the ones that were discussed were the 5 parts.
Assalamu alaikum.
Okay, Suburu.
This morning,
yes,
we extensively discussed a subject area that was not discussed yesterday.
Oh, okay, I didn't know that. MashaAllah,
Yes.
Thank you, Suburu. I didn't know that.
Let's
Thank
go
you,
in that line.
Suburu. Thank you. So Group
Yes,
Ali,
yes.
Group Abu Bakr will do ethical issues for Muslim researchers and some thoughts on sharing research output. Thank you, Suburu. Okay, so secondly, I've just been prompted by Brother Abdul Majid, that we've not been filling the questionnaire that was posted on the platform. So yesterday, only 12 people filled. Yes, only 12 people.
No,
and if you look at the number,
it's 17 actually.
17. So the
12 males, and we have the number of males being, is it 20 something, 22, and then we have just 12 filling, and then the females are 16, and then we have just 5 filling it. So please, let's take our phones and do it right now.
And how are you doing that?
So we will do that of yesterday, and then when we finish, I will send that of today, and we do it here before we leave.
Wow.
So please, let's fill that of yesterday. Makasiri Sharia. I've sent it on the platform. If you've done it, then fine. But if you have not done it, please, let's do it right now.
Do the thing like that.
Oh, okay. It doesn't matter. I'll send that of today once we are done with this one. So please, let's do it.
Brother Majid. So to wrap up, I will invite. So we will take the vote of thanks, take the closing prayer, then we will do the presentation. So I don't know. I will invite a sister. Okay, so Sister Murjana, you give us a vote of thanks. Then Brother Imam Abbas, you kindly give us a closing prayer. So we will do the presentation after the vote of thanks.
Assalamu alaikum. Okay, thank you so much for everything we've learned. And to our lecturer, we are so grateful for coming and what you've given to us. May Allah put al-barakah in it, and may we also work with it. Yes, and to all the participants, thank you for your patience. Thank you for giving the lecturer a listening ear, because if someone travels all the way from Nigeria to come and give us lectures, we sat since morning and we've given him a listening ear. And we're also patient. That's the most important thing. And I hope and pray that we take all what he has taught us in good faith and work with it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sister Marjana. At this point, I would like to invite Imam Saeed Mukhtar on behalf of the LOC, on behalf of Professor Professor Bashir Galadanchi, on behalf of all the participants, on behalf of Kumasi Winter School, on behalf of all the protocols, to present the certificate of appreciation to Professor Ahmad Bello Dogarawa.
Yawa.
So Imam Saeed, Atakbir.
Yawa.
So as the presentation is going on, I have sent that of today. So please, let's pick our phones and answer them. I'm begging. Okay, I'm begging. I'm begging.
Atakbir. MashaAllah. T-shirt. De la Cos.
MashaAllah.
Okay. Thank you, Imam Saeed. Jazakumullahu khair. So, Imam Abbas. So when Imam Abbas is done with the closing prayer, we will take a group picture, and we know the format already, so the sisters will stand.
Mr. Bashir,
you want
please, before the group picture, they should fill my evaluation form first.
Okay, Majid wants you to fill his evaluation form. Kindly do that. Kindly do that. So when Imam Abbas is done, we will all, join our professor for the group picture. Thank you.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Wassalatu wassalamu ala nabiyyina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in wa sallama tasliman kaseera. We pray to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in a special way that Allah protect Professor Bello and grant him good health. I also pray to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to put more barakah in his knowledge. He's inspired us. I pray that this inspiration, may Allah help us to take it to another level. I also pray for members of the LOC and all the participants. May Allah grant us wisdom, and may Allah continue to bless us. Allahumma ij'al ijtima'ana hadha ijtima'an marhuman wa tafarrukana min ba'dihi tafarrukan ma'sum.
Amin.
ربنا عليك توكلنا وإليك أنبنا وإليك المصير. اللهم إنا نعلم أنك تعلم سرنا وعلانيتنا. ونحن ندعوك لنظهر طاعتنا لك وضعفنا أمامك.
آمين.
واستجب لنا يا رب العالمين.
آمين.
ولا تردنا خائبين. واجعلنا من المعطوفين من النار يا رب العالمين. اللهم كن لنا معيدا وناصرا وكن بنا رؤوفا رحيما. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين. وصلى الله على نبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين وسلم تسليما كثيرا.
Please, let's continue. Please fill the form. Hey, where do you find it? Please, let's fill the form. Salaam alaikum. Please, my evaluation form.
Please.
My evaluation form, please.
Fill the form,
Please. In fact, today, when you finish filling the form, you screenshot it. If I don't see it, you don't eat.
That will be your ticket.
Your ticket to eating is me seeing it. If I don't see, you don't eat.
Jamal will feel, someone will feel, send you the screenshot.
Salaam alaikum. Please kindly don't forget to pick up the empty bottles and, as Suburu said, the raffles. Don't forget, please. Bosco. Bosco. Bosco.
Miss
Oh,
Fatima
Gufran, sorry,
Zahra
okay.
Shado. Miss Fatima Zahra Shado.
Shadow.